The opinions expressed on the following audio program are solely those of the host and the guests. Burner Podcast is an independently produced, not-for-profit show and is not associated with the Burning Man organization or its subsidiaries. The views expressed are not representative of the entire Burning Man community and are presented here for entertainment purposes only. In short, calm the fuck down. It's just a podcast.
Hey, it's episode number 125, and it is 277 days till the man burns as of this recording. I want to thank all of you amazing listeners for sticking with us. The last episode we did was right after Not Burning Man 2021, which was last month, and it was far too long as far as I'm concerned. We have some new folks joining the podcast team, multiple projects up the pipeline, scheming and planning things for Burning Man 2022. And my intention is to get our show back up to our old bi-weekly schedule of every first and third Wednesday of the month. Is that bi-weekly? Bi-monthly? I'm not sure. Thank you all for your patience and support and sweet encouraging messages. And look, honestly, some episodes of this podcast are really just more of an excuse for us to sit around and tell and retell the same old Burning Man stories. And those kinds of shows really kind of dominated this past year. And I think that's probably because, there's like a worldwide pandemic and we all miss the playa. Some episodes are meant to upgrade your playa game and prep. And then we have episodes that are of interest to our extended community, where we talk more about default world stuff through the lens of Burning Man. And full disclosure, that's kind of why I started the show. I could sit around and basically Trekkie level obsess about that Gerlach regional all the live long day. But personally, I really just wanted an excuse to learn about interesting shit and maybe help contribute a little bit to the important conversations that we as a world community are having. And today's is one of those episodes. Right now, I have the pleasure of sitting with the leadership team of DanceSafe. You've probably seen DanceSafe booth at various festivals and events while stumbling back to your tent from the main stage. And it's possible that you just filed it away in your head as, that's probably where people go to test their baggies of probably not cocaine. And by you, I mean me. Of course, they do so much more than that. I'm just going to go ahead and read off exactly what their Wikipedia blurb says to save you the Googling that you're probably doing right now, which you probably shouldn't, because you should either keep your eyes on the road or stop procrastinating on whatever project it is you're working on. DanceSafe, thank you. I appreciate the laughter. DanceSafe is a nonprofit organization with local chapters in the U.S. Just in the U.S. That was an edit. DanceSafe youth volunteers set up tables at raves and other events to distribute non-biased educational literature containing information describing the effects and risks associated with the use of various drugs, and sell testing kits so that users may obtain more information about the contents of their pills. They also offer on-site peer counseling, health and safety tools, condoms, water, earplugs, and patrols for events that's a weird part of the sentence, for events that assist in keeping patrons safe. Okay. Geek level upgrade when you get to fact check a Wikipedia entry by going straight to the horse's mouth. Sitting with me is Mitchell, Madeline, Kristen, Rachel, and Jessica. Everybody say hi.
Hi.
All right, good. That's it. We'll get to know this crew extremely well in Two Shakes of a Lamb's Tail. And stick around after the chat. We will be featuring a set by Beat Kitty. It'll be a set that was recorded at Burning Man of a previous year. I'm not sure which one just yet, but we're going to mention at the end of this show why Beat Kitty is back so soon again. But first, I'm excited to present to you arguably Burner Podcast's first unofficial after-school special. Today's episode is entitled DanceSafe. I got really creative with the name there. I go by Mr. Arash, even though nobody calls me Mr. Welcome to Burner Podcast.
On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rain. The first thing I met was the fly with the balls and the sky with no clouds. The heat was hot and the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out
This was definitely one of those many moments where I'm like hearing all of you chit-chatting and I wanted to yell out stop because I wanted to record all of it. There was you can start talking, by the way. Everybody's allowed to start responding. I'm really excited to be sitting with you on my way out of my house. Actually, I live in a house full of burners. And when I told them that I'm on my way to interview the leadership team at DanceSafe, like there was like cheers. I got high-fived on the way out. They're like, it's awesome. Tell them we're huge fans. So a lot of love for you out there.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. What are you folks doing in LA? Can you do real quick? Can you talk about that?
Sure. So this is our DanceSafe staff retreat. This is the first time that all 5 of us have been together in the same place at one time.
Wow.
Which is pretty wild.
Except for Burning Man.
No?
I wasn't there.
Madeline wasn't there.
Sorry, not Burning Man. Here.
Except not at Burning Man.
Yeah, not Burning Man.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the first time that all 5 of us have gotten together. Jess is our newest team member to staff, and it's our opportunity to come together and start scheming about what we have up our sleeves for all of our amazing followers and the patrons that we get to serve.
Perfect. Well, this is the perfect transition to go around the room and have everybody introduce yourselves. And we'll actually just go ahead and start with you. Let's say introduce yourself if you have a nickname or a playa name, of course. And what's a good thing to answer? How about also what is something that you have experienced in rave and dance music culture that if you ran the world, you would implement globally?
Good question.
Put you on the spot. Everybody else gets to think about it.
I need to clarify. I need to ask a clarifying question. This is this is quintessentially myself. So is this you did indicate like this is something universal across all subgenres or sectors that I experience that I want to bring elsewhere, correct?
God, now I kind of want you to pick a subgenre because that sounds really interesting. So is there like something in drum and bass scene that you would say specifically?
Not quite. I was thinking about how there's certain behaviors that I see in some different parts of the community, and I don't see it universally across them all. But I would like to think that they're on the leading edge of what I would like to see both expand within the community and outside the community as well.
Okay.
So my name is Kristen Karras, and I would like to see the breadth and depth of consent culture that I see in some subsectors of the community that we experience. I think a lot of the time for event safety and consent culture, etc., everything in that bundle is an afterthought. And I would like to start seeing that at the beginning of the conversation. And to me, that is the crux of the reason why we all come together for participation, for community, all these things that are really dear to us as burners. And I would like to start seeing that extend beyond these pockets and start being an expectation as opposed to an afterthought.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Couldn't agree more. Also, I guess like titles, is that a thing that you have?
Works in progress.
Very topical.
Specialty field?
Sure. I would say that in my role, my specialty is strategy. I hold one of the most intersectional roles on our team. I interface with most of, if not all, our leadership and contractors. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Well, we're going to get more into that.
I believe Rachel once said that if you have a problem, you go to Kristen. So I guess that might be true.
Man,
Cool.
I thought you were gonna drop like a sage quote from me, but that I guess like simply that does sum it up. But
I could see that
I
as a
can phrase
meme.
it better next time.
If you have a problem, go see Kristen.
So any of you
out there in the greater world, if you have any problems, make sure to email Kristen. She's going to be so happy to solve them for you.
And I can guarantee that with my inbox, I will just be so prompt. It won't be a problem at all.
Go ahead. Next, somebody. Rachel.
Okay, I'll pick up the talking tree.
Yeah.
My name is Rachel. I use she, her pronouns. My role within DanceSafe, I keep trying to stick the word wizard next to it, and there keeps being dissent, so I'm not sure what's going on with that.
I have noticed wizard popping up randomly.
Yeah, no, it's actually, I think, on one of my resumes from a while ago, but I've been informed that that's not acceptable. So we're moving more in the direction of educational experience or something like that. This is all work in progress, but I run... Sorry. As of today, exactly. So I do all of our social media, all of our front-facing communications. I write a lot of long paragraphs and a lot of short paragraphs and a lot of Instagram stories that I'm informed are too long. So there's an intersection there. And I'm also heavily involved in designing the user experience around drug checking and being up to date on what we're doing with our products. I'm going to go ahead and immediately make myself very unpopular by talking about a specific subgenre of electronic music, happy hardcore. Did anyone in here see it coming? Okay, I feel very strongly about this, and I've written long paragraphs in my personal time as well about this, about the concept of being jaded, and about how jadedness is a real problem, I find, actually. I've been in the Burning Man community since I was 14 or 15, and jadedness is something I see time and time again. I remember walking into a house party of burners when I was a late teen or something, and I mentioned that I was going to a hardcore rave in LA, and all of them were in their 30s, and they all went exactly as Mitchell so kindly just did. Boo. And I was like, that's really disappointing to me, because many of my friends who go to happy hardcore parties are in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, occasionally, but not frequently, in their 70s. And what I've found in that community in particular is that the people that are in it are there to chase an experience, and there is a kind of unbridled joy in going to an event with music that you enjoy, even if it isn't necessarily Mozart. I'm not going to say that happy hardcore is the most brilliant production quality in the universe or the most inspired lyrics. Like, there's something about, like, I want to be a rainbow high in the sky. I want to be you and me on a bird flying away. Like, that's an actual series of lyrics from a happy hardcore song. I'm not saying that it's like epic in that regard, but there's something about the complete dismissal of other people's complete dismissal of your taste in music that is very unique to the hardcore scene. And until recently was very unique to the dubstep and bass music scenes too. And now that bass music is mainstream, all of a sudden people aren't making fun of you for having an Excision jersey so much anymore, right? Because all of a sudden it's socially acceptable. So what I'm saying is, stop being so fucking jaded about genres and take a leaf out of Happy Hardcore's book and have a good time.
Somebody do a slow clap. An impassioned speech in defense of happy hardcore. Let's just end the podcast right now.
I will go.
I want to
yes.
shirt.
Oh, really? No, I feel very strongly, and if you're ever unfortunate enough to catch me after I've recently been to a good happy hardcore rave, then I will snowplow you with my thoughts on this.
So what I'm hearing is you shouldn't yuck someone else's yum.
I actually many years ago made a Burning Man, it was Jaded When I Got Here sticker that was incredibly popular. So
Well, then, absolutely perfect timing. Mitchell, go and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Mitchell Gomez. I use he, him pronouns. My playa name is 24/7 because I never fucking stop.
This is true.
Actually worked for the org before my involvement with DanceSafe a long, long time ago. Larry once joked that they should hire me to be Burning Man's chief evangelist. I offered to take him up on it, but it was a joke, not a job offer.
How much of Burning Man happens because somebody makes a joke and then
fair,
they follow through with it?
Yeah. Have the man right here, so I take him everywhere I go. So I have the man tattooed on me. Burning Man holds a very, very special place in my heart. Something I would take from the rave scene and want to bring to the whole world. Something that's not at every event, something that's not prevalent enough at the events that it is at, but the access to clean, potable water is something that I would take to the whole world. I've traveled quite a lot, and there's a lot of places in the world where you learn very quickly not to take for granted the fact that in most of the United States you can turn on a tap and drink what comes out. Not everywhere, but most of the United States. And it's a thing that I definitely think the whole world should have. Job titles / responsibilities. My job title is executive director. That in some ways does not encompass what I do because, as you said, this is a leadership team, not hierarchical. Mitchell's in charge and tells people what to do. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's a single person here who takes that type of direction or leadership well. We all had does not follow directions on report cards growing up, myself included. The things that I enjoy doing and the things I'm really good at are convincing people to fund the things that we do and convincing promoters to ignore the advice of their attorneys. A lot of convincing people in general to ignore advice that others are giving them. And part of the reason that I think I am so effective at that and so persuasive of that is that the things I am advising people to do are the morally right choice, even if not always the legally easy choice. And when you're arguing for what's right, it's easy to be persuasive in general. And so, that's sort of what I spend my time doing and my energy doing and where my skill set lies. And exceedingly lucky to have coworkers who are as awesome and detail-oriented as they are, because those are not my skill sets.
Being awesome is definitely one of your skill sets. The detail-oriented bit we can talk about.
But you made the comment about your roommates being so appreciative of us and so great to hear us. And this pandemic's been really hard, I think, for all of us not having access to that, right? When we go out to events, that's the DanceSafe experience, right? As we are maybe not the best paid folks in EDM, but certainly the most respected. I'm really happy that we're, as an organization, moving in a direction where that is fully embodied and deserved. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can dig it.
You're making me cry over here, Mitchell.
Yeah,
do you want to cry? Can you do it on a microphone? It'll make for a better show.
Please cry into the mic.
Please cry into the mic.
My grandfather. Thanks, Jess. My name is Madeline McElwain, and
Is that how you pronounce that?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Sure.
Where you've been, Tangent.
I'm sorry.
That's why I like to say it, just so that pronunciation's out there.
I usually just switch off between various pronunciations.
Okay, great. Now you know. See, we're still getting to know each other, folks. Yeah. It's been great.
I respond to any sounds that have sh and r in them usually, so I get it.
And I am a person who has a law license, so I do a lot of the regulatory compliance, legal, human resources aspects of the organization. I'm like the keeper of the old paradigm and its laws and regulations, and so I'm the gatekeeper of those arenas where we need to, stay on our game a little bit to help create the container where we're able to provide these amazing services and connect with folks. And I interpreted your question like Kristen did, what would I bring into the nightlife community, and have that be permanent, and and which is missing. So I've never been to Burning Man, and 2020 was going to be my year. And then 2021 was going to be my year. And so I'm right there to be able to experience it. But I do have a lot of connection with the transformative festival community and finding myself in those spaces. So I want to echo Kristen, the consent culture piece is really important because we've experienced a lot of harm even together in our role as DanceSafe. There's a lot to unpack there, but it's tough. And so the consent culture piece, the amplification of women artists, and just coming back to why can't why can't we have all the communities be like the happy hardcore communities where there's just
yes, I'm getting that tattooed and I am putting your name after it. It is a quote and it will be taken out of context.
But it just sounds like a lot of respect, and then also just like moving through the legal barriers that, and like coming from a legal background, like I know a lot of the barriers for having our services there, the drug checking services, the harm reduction services, the sanctuary spaces, is like legal, being blocked legally, you know, and like it's this perception from the insurance companies and their attorneys and the promoters' attorneys that like there's this great risk there to like that if we're there, we're violating a federal law that's colloquially known as the Rave Act. And it's just like the risk really isn't there, but it's in writing as a federal statute. And most attorneys are like the most risk adverse people you could ever meet, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, where's this like risk, you know, where's this analysis coming from? Like, we have to move through it, and we have to put the safety and health of the patrons up front so we can avoid catastrophes like Astro World, you know?
Yeah.
And if we're like blaming a law from preventing all of those like resources and safety measures to be in place, like, I don't know, we just have to re-examine that. And so
Yeah, I want to come back to the Rave Act, and I want to learn all about that.
Okay,
that's
great.
going to be a segment of the
Great.
show.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, until then, I'm going to pass it off to,
But
to Jessica.
but consent hasn't been to Burning Man yet. Got it.
Perfect.
Lawyer lady. Good. Got it.
Thank you, Madeline. Jessica, I am Chief Growth and Impact Officer. I'm the newest member to the leadership team. Yeah, thank you. I went from intern, board of directors, and then I loved being with the organization so much, I ended up wanting to do this full time. Yeah, thank you. I'm based on... really interested. We're still, one of the reasons we're here is trying to figure out what my role looks like with the rest of the team. We definitely have some visions, but really focused on growth, impact, sustainability, innovation. How can we shift what we're already doing, and how can we grow into, I don't know, different spaces, younger. It kind of goes into the simple answer that I have for the question, and I interpreted it more like Sputnik did in specific ways. It's not going to be surprising to the team that I say this, but I know there's a lot of influence and some crossover. But I would like more trap and more trap collaboration,
All right.
please.
I can dig it. I mean, I'd like to hear more Spice Girls at Burning Man, personally.
Okay.
And I'm not joking. Let's see how that non-judging is happening over here.
Trying to reach those millennials.
This is a safe place.
Really? I thought it was my generation, but yeah. I can dig it. Okay, so I have a bunch of questions. I guess that we should kind of get clarification first on, is it because this particular incarnation of the team is new? Because my understanding is DanceSafe has been around since 2001? Earlier.
99, basically.
99,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
The year
Yeah,
before
we
I
said we're
graduated
getting
high school.
together for the first time, meaning as a leadership team.
Yeah.
We are getting together for the first time.
Why is that?
Well, Jess is relatively new. The pandemic was happening. There's just been a lot. There's been a lot sort of on our plates collectively as we've gone through this period of like rapid growth. I think there's just been a lot of sort of factors that have limited our ability to get together in person.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Playa was going to be us getting together, right? That was the whole plan. And so when Burning Man, as an organized event, disappeared for the last couple years, it's been really hard. Yeah. This is the longest I've gone without going to Burning Man since I started going in 2008.
Well, I feel like this is a good opportunity to do, like, let's say kind of a quick catch up on the history of DanceSafe, when it started, how we ended up today. So you said it started in 1999.
Yeah, I'll take this one. I feel like I have a lot of I spend a lot of time talking to DanceSafe's founder, even though I'm not the founder. So I love old. one of my favorite things to do at Burning Man is sit around burn barrels and listen to old burn stories. And one of my favorite things to do when I'm with E-Man is to sit around and listen to old DanceSafe stories.
Perfect.
And so,
This is the origin story.
Yeah, this is the origin story. So for anyone who's not aware of the history in the U.S. of needle exchanges, the way that needle exchanges became legal is that people would go out, they would give out clean needles, they would get arrested for distributing drug paraphernalia. They would take this into the courtroom, they would fight it in court, juries would refuse to convict. And eventually that was the way the legal conversation was moved. It was a nonviolent direct action challenge to the laws around distributing clean needles. E-Man's plan was not really to start a nonprofit. He had tried, and it still occasionally echoes out in ways that you're painfully aware that was not the plan. His idea was, so he had tried MDMA when it was legal. He had tried MDMA in the 1980s when you could order it from Texas. It was distributed along sort of a Tupperware model. You'd get your friends together, you'd try it, you'd put an order into Texas, they'd ship it out to you. It was legal. And then he had been away from sort of substance using scenes.
I'm sorry, ecstasy, you said.
Yeah, ecstasy
in
the early 80s, right? That's how MDMA was.
Texas, it's always a trip.
Yeah, the manufacturer, Yeah, there was like a manufacturing
Yeah.
company in Texas that manufactured these like wafers of MDMA.
Yeah.
And so
I saw the documentary where like they literally had like ecstasy nights at bars where they had a jar of it sitting there and you walk in and grab a pill and pop it, and that's like, all right, I'm at the bar.
Yeah.
Roll the
And
balls.
shockingly, when that was how it was distributed, it was actually MDMA. Right? Legal markets are just like intrinsically safer than illegal markets. So he had been away for a few years and then went to an event and saw people taking what they thought was ecstasy. The behavior they were exhibiting was clearly not what he had experienced with legal MDMA. He started talking to people and he realized there was just like rampant misinformation around ecstasy. There were lots of people who... We still see this occasionally, but not as commonly. But there were people at the time who believed that good ecstasy was a good combination of drugs and bad ecstasy was a bad combination of drugs, right? Like they literally didn't realize there was a molecule called MDMA that they were trying to seek, that was what ecstasy was. They just didn't know.
True. Yeah.
He was also concerned around the sort of lack of awareness around consent with people who were scantily clad. That didn't mean you could grab them. If you look at our very first iteration of our website, there's like a women's issue, which is not how we would frame it now, but there is a page on the website about that. And found out that drug checking was a thing. In Europe, governments were offering these drug checking services.
Yeah.
And his plan was to go get arrested. He was going to do drug checking, get arrested doing drug checking, fight it in courts, and have the conversation that way. And despite the fact that we are constantly told if we are allowed to set up on site that we're all going to get arrested, and that's why we can't be there, and no, we can't allow you, in 3 years of doing this, nobody's ever been arrested for providing drug checking services.
Fascinating.
Did we mention that at this time E-Man was an anarchist?
I mean, not at the time. He is an anarchist.
Said?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very anarchist, direct, nonviolent direct action attempt, right? And so that was sort of the origin of this organization. And he, within weeks, I mean, if you look at the timelines, it's crazy. Within weeks, he was like getting calls to be on Oprah and being on, the Today Show. And like, there was this tremendous interest in this idea of harm reduction for non-opioid drug users. Harm reduction had existed in this country, but it was really focused on opioid users. It was really heavily focused on particularly people who were having, substance use disorder, however you want to phrase that, like people who are really, really, really physiologically or psychologically dependent on opiates. And the idea that like somebody would go out there and try to make ecstasy use safe deeply offended all the right people to get it in front of the cameras.
Yeah.
And so, that was sort of how it happened. And it just grew and grew and grew and grew and has continued to turn into this multifaceted, beautiful creature that he really was not trying to create, which is how the most beautiful things happen, right? You go to try to there's a talk you want to go see on Playa and, you never make it there, but you have these things happen along the way that were far better than the talk about, the burner ethics of crypto investing or whatever you were trying to get to.
Leadership is a calling and a service, not, I don't know. I guess it could be a privilege too, but that's the way that I like to think about it, is a calling and a service. It's something that, the world asks you to do. And it sounds like he was sort of in that position.
Yeah. And I do think that some parts of his organizational style have still continued within DanceSafe all these years, right? The idea of like servant leadership and the idea of like, we are in service to our community. We are not here to like, Yeah.
And we're radical, man.
And radical. Radical nonviolent direct action against the drug war is for sure the only way we're ending the drug war.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that idea of like nonviolent direct action against the drug war is one that I find very, very compelling. And, you know, we're talking about ending private prisons and ending prohibition. And, you know, people are always, the immediate question when I talk about legalizing all drugs is, you know, either what about cocaine or what about heroin? Those are one of the two questions. People who are asking what about heroin are people who've tried cocaine. So you're actually telling me something about yourself when you say, what about these two drugs? And it's like, yeah, of course those two drugs, right? I mean, of course we should make sure that everyone who uses any drug should have safe access to those drugs. Yeah. And that is a message that is hard to message.
Yeah. Thank you for all of that. I actually had it on one of the handful of notes that I had is that I wanted to ask how radical DanceSafe considers itself, because some of the language is about, you know, unbiased information, which obviously, full disclosure, I'm in full agreement with everything here, obviously. But I was curious, like, how the DanceSafe culture sees itself. And so what you're saying is that you do see yourselves as radical. There is a strong stance. There's thinking happening here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all individuals with our own beliefs about DanceSafe, about our own, how we would posit radical. Like that's a term that I think has a lot of baggage attached to it and a lot of meaning that we might not agree to. I don't necessarily think, as an individual, as Mitchell speaking, I don't necessarily think that selling heroin at 7-Eleven is the appropriate distribution model for that drug. I do think less people would die than die now from opiates if we sold heroin at 7-Eleven, and I have said that on Fox News.
Right.
That's a very, like, I as self-described, I would say that is a radical statement to say on Fox News.
Yeah.
Right? That less people would die if we just sold these drugs at 7-Eleven.
Honestly, our ideas wouldn't be that radical if this wasn't so taboo in the United States.
Right. That's what I want clarification on. What is sort of, in your experience in this world thus far, how do people label something radical versus what your definition of it is? Because I agree. Like, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, it's only radical to the like mainstream, like the superstructures, to think about legalizing and regulating and making equitable access to drugs, you know, that have historically had such high stigma attached to them. And that stigma is rooted in racism. And, you know, because that's just what our drug policy is based on. And so the only reason it's radical to think about legalizing drugs like heroin is because people who inject drugs have been one of the most stigmatized and highly alienated communities in the United States specifically. And so it's like people in the drug policy reform community and harm reduction, like they're way ahead of the curve. And there are certain instances like in Europe and Canada where they're implementing more progressive practices like supervised use sites where there's never been an overdose, an overdose death happen there. Like it's just not, it hasn't been in the rhetoric at all in American drug policy. And we influence the world's drug policy because we're such a big player in it. And so it's it's radical in that context. But for me personally, and I know for my coworkers and as an organization, like it, and as a community, like it's much bigger than us, obviously, like it makes sense and it's actually not radical and it's rooted in science and compassion and like humanity. Yeah. And so it's just like we've criminalized this type of drug use, but all drug use really, like, but this particular subsect of drug use is like super alienated. And so yeah, it's like, okay, it's radical now. But like, this is where it needs to be. And when it's there, it's not actually going to be radical. It's going to make a whole lot of sense.
Right. And I'm going to stumble through this question a little bit, so bear with me. As far as how an organization operates, in my observations of like nonprofits and different, ones that do get labeled radical versus not. So I guess like a question would be, is DanceSafe communicate with the DEA? Like they would say, if you don't communicate with the DEA, then that would make it kind of a radical organization.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that. So the DEA someone on the DEA definitely subscribes to our mailing list.
Okay.
Like that's 100% for sure a fact because
Sure.
we were the first people who detected, I believe it was ethylone being sold, or maybe it was Eutalone. There was some substituted cathinone that was being sold as MDMA. And we put out a tested alert via an email blast. And the DEA like amplified that email alert to every drug cop in the United States as part of an internal journal that they released to all of these drug cops.
Interesting.
And so like, and I, at the time I went and looked at our email list. I was like, is there a DEA.gov on here? And there's not. And so like they used a different email, but like certainly they called us a rogue drug checking organization. I thought that was a pretty apt, but they also said a thing about like, but like they also said like they're careful about these types of tested alerts and they would not have released this unless they had confirmed. Like they were, I wouldn't say praising us. That's far too strong of a word, but they clearly understood the organization in a deeper way than I would have expected them to.
Yeah. Did there seem like a professional respect?
No, it seemed like we had found something neat and
Okay.
they were wanting to amplify it. And the DEA is a big organization, right? There's a lot of chemists who are not cops. There's a lot of policy people who understand that prohibition is harmful, within the DEA. Do we like report things to them or work in concert with them or try to seek licensing from them to do what we do? No, we are a rogue drug checking organization by the standards of the government. I have no interest in getting a DEA schedule handling license, which is a license that would allow us to legally do what we do.
Interesting.
There is a process for that, but it would not allow us to operate in the way that we operate. It would not allow us to have the freedom that we have to operate.
And why is that something that you wouldn't want?
Because I don't need permission from the government to save Americans' lives, right? This is a moral and religious obligation to provide the tools that people need to be safe, and I'm happy to fight it in court on those grounds. But B, just because I philosophically don't believe the DEA should exist. I don't believe that drug prohibition as a system should exist. We can move regulation into, some regulatory agency, maybe the FDA or something, so that we can make sure that when somebody is selling cocaine, it's actually cocaine.
Yeah.
But that should be the level of government control over drugs, the same control that they exercise over even beer makes me uncomfortable. Like even the idea that like you would regulate it to that extent, maybe to the extent that they regulate salads, you can do like recalls on salads when there's salmonella, like that level of regulation, I think is fine. Just treat cocaine like a salad.
Yeah.
And we're good to go. So
that's my takeaway from this episode. We should just treat cocaine like a salad.
Yeah. An undeniably natural product. It's a naturally occurring alkaloid within the coca leaf. It is not a synthetic. It is not a semi-synthetic. It is a natural drug. It's a plant medicine. Like by any definition you can use to define that term. And so the fact that it's treated as this like, really heavily demonized substance is just bizarre to me personally. It's just the drug does not live up to the hype in the vast majority of users. There are people who develop problematic relationships with it, just like there are people who develop problematic relationships with online gambling or with plenty of other things, or hamburgers, or
I have a much bigger problem with hamburgers. Absolutely.
Right. And so
don't get me started.
Gummies.
And so the solution is obviously not to regulate hamburgers out of existence,
Yeah.
right? The solution is not to send men with guns and body armor to kick down the doors of people making McRibs. Like that's not the solution here. And so no, we do not cooperate with them in the sense that you're saying. We are a rogue organization.
Yeah, I can dig it.
We actually are going through a brand refresh that we'll have to talk about at some point. But one of the designers that we're working with came with a design proposal and pulled from a lot of different resources and culture and conversations. But one of those was a law enforcement officer badge in one of the new designs. It definitely got flagged just because we can't be associated with the problematic nature that goes along with that. And it's an unfolding and dynamic conversation on like what the stance is and what we want moving forward, what we need moving forward. But it is something that we took off of the design.
Interesting. The badge was part of like a general branding look that they were proposing. We don't have to get too deep into it. Just
So as part of the brand refresh, we're working with what are some like of the geometric patterns that we're working with and threading through our designs and stuff like that. And There's a really neat design coming your way. It's a play on molecular structures, and within that, there's use of iconography to start to represent some of the things that intersect with our work and the ways that we perceive our work, manifestations of our work. And so that was where it got worked in. For context, he is a veteran, actually, and so I think from some of his background, he perceives us in a role of having to work with law enforcement, and to a certain degree, that's true. Like, it's undeniable that law enforcement is a stakeholder in the work that we do, and to give credit to some of the BIPOC thought leaders in a recent Instagram post I was reading from the East Tennessee Harm Reduction Coalition in response to a debacle, we'll say, a misstep certainly on the National Harm Reduction Coalition. Harm reduction exists despite law enforcement through all these years. And we're not going to be in a position where we're giving them a pat on the back for when they do choose to start to participate. That's the very least of where they could be starting.
Interesting. Go ahead. You were going to say something?
Oh, I just want to come back and circle around to the question of whether or not we consider ourselves to be a radical organization at some point. It doesn't have to be right now.
Okay.
I would like to circle back around with that too, because I do have something.
Why don't we just go ahead and do that now?
Cool. Okay, tight. So I'm actually very excited to speak on this as our social media person, because one of the biggest statements that I receive, one of the most common statements that I receive is, DanceSafe, stay in your lane.
What's your lane?
Okay. So you're speaking our language. So this is like one of my biggest, it's not a pet peeve at this point. It's like an infuriation, mainly because it is such a rich comment in many ways, and a comment where, frankly, I can see the thought process behind it. I know why people would look at DanceSafe and say, why is DanceSafe talking about issues of racial justice and politics and like sex and consent and mental health? Like, what does this have to do with ecstasy? And I'm sorry, like I'm getting it out of my system right now, right? Because
you're in the right place to do it.
I feel so held. Yeah. So even that Wikipedia description that says they can test their pills, right? Like, we were founded in a predominantly ecstasy-oriented sphere, and that is no longer the case. As DanceSafe's reach has expanded, our desire to participate in different pockets has expanded. Now, one of the biggest issues with that is that since we've been around for 20-odd years, we started unintentionally, right? Like, E-Man was like, I'm going to get arrested. And now we're sitting here by accident. And in that process, we inherited basically a framework that was specifically geared towards predominantly white audiences, predominantly privileged audiences, using predominantly privileged and less stigmatized drugs. Yeah. So that is the skeleton that we're working with right now. And we are still a predominantly white organization. And we still serve predominantly white privileged patrons. So when we're asked about being radical, there are two things that I really want to say. The first is that there's a quote that I think about often, that is, if it is inaccessible to the poor, it is neither radical nor revolutionary. We are not there yet. We're not as accessible as we need to be. However, it is on our radar. This is something that is a retroactive implementation. A lot of what we're doing right now is retroactive implementation on an already existing system. So I think it's actually a microcosm of how, for instance, this rush to patent psychedelic therapy. And yet Black folks have been systemically left out of trials and of research around psychedelic therapy. And now there's this push to like push it through. Everyone's already behind again. It's already happened again. Now that's retroactive too. So that, I think, this whole system is very much a microcosm, a reflection of what happens on a broader scale in drug policy, is that once there has been enough momentum in predominantly privileged groups, then all of a sudden not only is there a stratification where that group is considered to be radical because it's doing this crazy shit of incorporating multiple things instead of just a single goal, but by that point, in order to get there, in order to gain that momentum, there's already been so much done that now has to be redone and readdressed. So in many ways, we are radical. In many ways, we're not there. And I think that what is really unique about DanceSafe is that this whole team is extremely invested in radicalizing in that way. So that, I think, is possibly the most radical part of DanceSafe is the intention setting. I can't say that we are the most radical organization in terms of our equitable practices because we haven't fully implemented them. But in terms of how this team works together, in terms of the way that we want to be interfacing with communities, in terms of the goals that we have set for what we can do, I am deeply proud to be part of an organization that is so ethical in its desires. And there are a lot of stumbling blocks and a lot of things that we do wrong. But when people ask us to stay in our lane, my question is, does it really burden you so much to be a part of a conversation about how people are being harmed in ways that are not convenient to you? So,
and I would just really quickly also add to that, like particularly around the issues of racial justice, to pretend that the drug war is anything other than an expression of like American white supremacy is just absolute nonsense, right? Like just undeniably absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
And because so many of the particular harms that we are trying to mitigate are created by prohibition, you cannot discuss these harms without discussing the origins of American prohibition, which has been exported globally, which is the reason we have the fentanyl crisis, which is the reason that we really need to exist in the way that we exist, and why we have to focus so heavily on drug adulteration is because of racism. Yeah. And so to say that that's not our lane is to just like fundamentally misunderstand the nature of the problem. Like you're not understanding what's happening if you think that racism is not it's literally the pavement of the lane. Like it's literally how we got here. And so
And that's a major tension point too, of when people say stay in your lane, dance safe. To me, that immediately implies, okay, we're going to have to dig so deep to lay this foundational understanding of what it is that you're looking at right now. And we don't have the capacity to do that. It's really stressful because people will come to us and say, like, there'll just be like blatant denial of certain structural violences, including racism and classism and ableism and misogyny and transphobia. All of the isms all contribute to this specific place that we are right now. And if people are not invested, if they're not interested in becoming invested in all of those foundational topics, then we can't go anywhere with them. Yes. That's the problem, is people need to be invested in being interested in what does not immediately impact them. And we have limited ability to foster that interest as an organization, especially as a predominantly white organization, especially as an organization that serves people of privilege.
So we've lost a lot of followers because of that. Like we've lost a lot of historical followers because of that because of that reason, because we're no longer tolerating that lack of interest, you know, like, and it has to be participatory. And so a lot of those folks have like gotten angry and like we've, you know, lost followers, but in some ways we've gained more.
We've gained way more. All of them are like,
more.
You guys are going to lose all your supporters, but we're ballooning. We've never been so big. So
tolerating being,
just saying.
Just so I have clarity here, being that, in previous generations, perhaps the focus was more specifically on the substance itself, but now you as an organization are speaking more about the deeply intertwined racial components.
Intersectionality of it.
Yeah, okay.
Right. The social, the political, the cultural, the historical, because everyone wants to know, how do drug work? Why do I feel bad after I roll 3 days in a row? People come to me, DanceSafe, do ketamine and Wellbutrin have an interaction? I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not mocking anyone that asked that question. Perfectly valid question. Great question. I'm glad that you're asking. But those often are the same people who will say, stop race baiting when we have a conversation about anything related to the prison industrial complex. And for instance, the fact that I think it was Illinois that legalized cannabis, and yet 87% of the arrests that are happening for cannabis and as of 2019 or 2020 were all Black people. And it's just like the dissonance there is really difficult to reconcile.
That is absolutely fascinating. Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight just a couple of things. I do have an MSW background, so looking at what we've really fallen into is like structural drivers of like the social determinants of health. You just can't deny that everything that we do is stemmed from that. And then one of the things, what you were saying Sputnik, that I really wanted to highlight on where I feel like we do get really radical as well. We interface and we have partners with other drug-using communities, but there is this concept of like elitism that really makes us stand out in a lot of ways as well. We're not looking at it like my drug is better than your drug. We don't just look at the sexy ones as like some of the psychedelic communities. So that can make us stand out, but also have tension within those communities as well.
Yeah. Wow. That is, oh my God. Okay, we might go longer than an hour and a half.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was
You
going
should
to
see our Slack
piggyback.
channels.
So interesting.
You should see our Slack channels.
I've jokingly on this show, snarkily said multiple times on episodes where we've talked about psychedelics that like a lot of the roadmap just seems to be, from somebody observing this from the outside, that you just get white America to stop being scared of a drug, and then it starts to move forward in being seen as a, and I feel like ecstasy kind of went through that route. Like for a while it was scary, but then like a lot of people from, I'm 39, I think of my generation started like raving more, like mainstream raving, and then now you're seeing more of like, ketamine becoming more popular as people are being less scared of it. So those drug trials are happening. And yes, I'm sorry. You were about to say something.
I think that's actually it's perfect that you were mentioning that, because I think a consequence or just something that's happened from that like white approval essentially is that it's created this sub thought that we have coined in the community called psychedelic exceptionalism. And it's this narrative that these drugs that are, one, have historically been less stigmatized in the grand scheme of things, and two, are currently being used in studies and with in conjunction with therapy for mental health issues, PTSD, etc., that there's this superiority, like Jessica was explaining, this elitism of certain substances over others. And so we're seeing, all of these measures coming up, or these efforts around decriminalizing what's categorized as nature, but it really is just picking and choosing what substances are becoming the most acceptable in like the predominantly white society's eyes, right? And so that's like, LSD, MDMA, all the like traditional psychedelics that are like plant derived, right? But like, what about the like Mitchell said, like the cocaine, even heroin from the opiate, and like and I even think Sputnik has educated me that methamphetamine has like a somewhat plant-based root to it, right? So it's like, so this line of thinking, it's like the argument in favor of moving forward in this more piecemeal way is that like we're moving forward, but it's just creating a bigger gap and more stigma around the already highly stigmatized substances and the population that predominantly engages in those substances, and so it's just really, it can potentially be really detrimental to the movement and as a whole, the drug policy reform movement as a whole, and also it's not addressing the entire, historically, even if these become legalized substances, historically those will only be available to the privileged. And so we have to take an intersectional approach and look at the housing discrepancies, the medical access discrepancies. There's just so many other societal issues that need to be considered while we move forward with the decriminalization and regulation of psychedelics. They're not superior. Yeah. Fentanyl, I know someone personally who that fentanyl has helped improve their life greatly because they're in such chronic pain that they can only function when they use fentanyl. And it's sure, that's a substance that's killing 100,000 Americans in a 12-month period, but it's only dangerous because of the illicit market that's been perpetuated by prohibition. So just naming that psychedelic exceptionalism is there, and it's an issue that we all need to kind of work through together is just really important, I think.
Absolutely.
You also see this really funny dynamic. Sorry, Kristen, were you trying to jump in? Did I jump? Sorry, I did not see you were holding the mic there.
I'm really proud of myself, Mitchell, that in our relationship over the course of time that we've gotten to this place where you recognize that.
So much.
Such growth, much proud. Yeah, I just really wanted to jump in because this is something that I definitely spend my time talking about quite a bit as well, and specifically talking about this with people who are in these places of privilege. And one of the things that I like to remind those that feel like psychedelics are particularly exceptional. No, I get it. I understand. Like, I've been there, done that. I get why you think it's exceptional. And you have a lot more in common with the other people who do drugs than the people who are telling others to not do drugs. So think about who you want to be on your team and who you want to be moving forward with, because I think you have a lot more shared interest in common with the other people who are interested in maintaining their bodily autonomy and cognitive liberty. That's my hot take.
Holy wow.
Yeah, so the thing I was going to say is that for...
Nobody drop the mics, please. I only have 3.
So I do think that the medicalization of these substances is an interesting pathway towards rolling back the drug war. I do. I believe that modality is one that is enjoying some success, and I think that is a valid pathway forward. But you also see this idea from people that, like, oh, once we prove MDMA has medical efficacy, then, like, it'll be much easier for, like, you know, total legalization, and we'll be able to, like, move forward. And you see from people who are not drug users, whenever there's stories about, you know, MDMA medical research, there's always these people in the comments are like, you know, what's next? Medical, cocaine, and methamphetamine? And it's like, both of cocaine and methamphetamine are legal medical drugs in the United States today, right? Like, cocaine is sold under the brand name Goprelto, methamphetamine is sold under the brand name Desoxin, and Desoxin is legal to prescribe to children as young as 7 and comes in convenient gummy form. This is not, and I'm not saying this is some ADHD medication that's sort of like methamphetamine, right? Like, you hear that. Yeah. No, this is methamphetamine hydrochloride gummies for children is a legal medical product in the United States today.
Meth for kids.
Meth for kids in gummy form. Apparently it's orange flavored. I've never had it. And so, like, yeah, this idea that, like, oh, if we can just get these medical trials for MDMA done, suddenly MDMA is going to be legal is clearly nonsense. I do think that MDMA has tremendous therapeutic potential, and I think that it should be available to people who wish to access it through a medicalized model. I'm also a full stop cognitive libertarian, and I believe that human beings own their minds and bodies, and that anyone who wants to access any drug should be allowed to access that drug. And in a lot of ways, medicalization is just another form of government control, right? Now you have people controlling who can access it through licensing and through insurance and through financial access and through all of these other models that ultimately are enforced by men with guns who are paid by our tax dollars. Like, that's the ultimate level of control with that, right? If you try to go into a lab, if you try to go into a clinician's office and take their MDMA when you have not been given permission to do so, men with guns will stop you.
Right.
And so I do find that to be a deeply problematic model for the ultimate end goal of total legalization of all substances, which is, I think, where we need to land, or we are just going to continue to have these bodies pile up. We are talking about a tremendous number of bodies. You know, 100,000 dead in the last 12 months is substantially higher than the peak year of HIV deaths, substantially higher than the peak year of gun deaths, substantially higher than the peak year of car accident deaths. And yet with HIV, we had the AIDS quilts and this massive public health response. And from, you know, this is not a red-blue party thing. The response from all levels of all government agencies has been so incredibly lackluster compared to the number of deaths, right? This is the equivalent of a 9/11 number of deaths every, like, 12 days.
Wow.
Right. If there was a 9/11 every 12 days, you wouldn't be able to fly anywhere in this country, right? You couldn't get on a fucking plane. Like, there would be no planes. You know, anything else that was killing this many Americans, we would see just such a totally different response.
Yeah.
But because the perception is, oh, these people are just drug users, right? It's like the very early years of the AIDS crisis when, like, Nixon was openly laughing about, like, well, at least it's killing the right people.
Right.
Like, that's where we're at. They don't say it. They learned that you can't say it, but they clearly believe it.
Wow. Speaking of Nixon, I was looking up that quote that blew up the internet a couple of years ago from the Nixon aide. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Yeah. I'm going to read it unless there's any objections. this was, for listeners who are not familiar, is a journalist who was writing a book, and this quote, I don't know why, ended up being left out of the book. For some reason it was, but he still had the recorded tapes, and he ended up opening it up to the public. And I'm just going to read it directly. It says, this was like Nixon's top aide. He said, the Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
Yeah, I mean, they just say it, right? They just say it. And that was just the latest iteration in a long line of drug warriors who were either explicitly racist or implicitly, quietly racist, right? Going all the way back to Anslinger, who was the first director of the Office of National Drug Control, I believe was what it was called at the time, which became the DEA.
Right.
You know, and when he found out that there were black musicians who were using heroin, he would send, you know, armed men into clubs to raid them and arrest them in front of their fans. And when he found out that Judy Garland was addicted to opiates, he very quietly had her sent to a private treatment facility. Right? Like the only difference was, you know, this is now public record. There were senators. Part of the early campaign was cracking down on doctors who would prescribe morphine. And there were senators who their doctors had been given individual written permission to continue to distribute morphine so long as they continued to support the war on drugs. Right. So that was one of the ways he was able to like push legislation that he wanted, was by allowing the people writing the legislation to continue to access their drugs. It's just a deeply evil system that cannot be fixed piecemeal, in my opinion. The system is too rotten, too racist, too evil to think that we're going to like piecemeal fix prohibition.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm going to share this one little personal anecdote, and then I want to move into what DanceSafe is doing now as a response to everything. What it's evolved to.
Are you sure you don't want to just talk about like the entire history of the war on drugs for
I do
25, 70, 150 hours?
I 100% do, but there's only so much on my memory card.
Technology limits us all, you know?
I'm blaming my recorder. A good friend of mine, Mike Sager, he's a writer for GQ, Esquire, Washington Post. He's talked about this very publicly over the years. He kind of blew my mind because he told a lot of stories about how he would smoke crack and stay up till sunrise writing a lot of his best pieces. And he's little short Jewish guy, and he was. I remember like he told the story, and like one of the interesting things was like on CNN. You remember that like B-roll that they had in the 90s of like hands cutting up cocaine and turning into crack? Those were his hands, because they were like, who knows how to cut up crack? And they're like, I think that writer guy from the Post does, you know. So he came to yeah, it's pretty funny. So I remember, and it kind of blew my mind because even I had the image in my head based on, you know, my upbringing, that crack was a poor black neighborhood thing. And then I learned from him, it was like, no, it was like a way better way to do the cocaine. We were getting full on expensive stuff and smoking it. And it was just it was just a much better high. It was like, he was like listing off like why he was doing it. And that just like never occurred to me. And it was like somewhere down the line, I guess, I don't know the history of it in detail. But that it started to make its way down different communities and different dealers cutting it up different ways. And here we are today based on the image that it has. So much of this has to do with like the culture and the ritual that it gets sort of formulated around the substance. So like LSD is like, you know, attractive modern day hippies that are like doing it, and like we're going to have ceremony at my beautiful 5-bedroom mansion, and yeah. So it's got this whole different like ceremony and culture around it, right? As opposed to like, you know, cocaine, you know, it's got like a different image that gets connected to it. So a lot of our storytelling in culture and society gets built around that, which is just absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, so Dennis McKenna, Terrence's brother, coined a term pharmacachauvinism. So it was this idea that like the drugs I do are fine, but those drugs that you do are terrible. Right? Yeah. So the opposite of that is that I've tried to been pushing the idea of a terminology of molecular agnosticism, right? Like you just have to accept that like molecules are molecules, drugs are drugs, people do drugs. So good. But yeah, I think, you know, a really, really, really important part of this conversation is that the less stigmatized a drug is, the more people are willing to share with their friends, families, or strangers that they do that drug. Yeah. Right? People who would chop up a line of ketamine on their phone and snort it with a stranger on a dance floor will not tell their best friend that they're using heroin. Yeah. Right? And that's one of the reasons that heroin is so responsible for so many deaths, is that people are so stigmatized. They use alone, and then when they have problems, they don't have any help. Yeah. And so, yeah, that thing you said about that was not the image I had of a person who smokes crack, right? It was like this, you know, sort of nerdy author, you know, white Jewish guy. You know, even if you look at the sort of like highest estimates from the DEA and from public health organizations, it's clear that the vast majority of users for any drug don't meet any of the DSM criteria for problematic substance use disorder, right? Most heroin users are recreational heroin users by any definition of that term. That's undeniable medical reality. Yeah. We only see the tiny subset of people whose use has become problematic because the drug is so stigmatized, right? Your friend who uses heroin is not going to tell you he uses heroin. So the heroin user you see is the one who's already having substantial behavioral problems because of their use. Yeah. And it creates this image of what the average user is that is just entirely false, right? And so like, you know, Carl Hart, who's, you know, a Columbia tenured professor, 2 best-selling books, probably one of the smartest people I've ever interacted with in person. Like it's physically painful to me how much smarter he is than me. Has openly come out as a recreational heroin user. Wow. Right? He's openly now saying like the way that you use Chardonnay after dinner is the way that I use heroin, right? Like when I want to use it a few times, I use it, and that's the way I use this substance. And look, he's a tenured professor, right? I mean, it's like he has a certain social protection around that coming out moment. But to have somebody like that out there saying like, hey, I'm a heroin user and I do not have a problem with heroin is so powerful. And yet when you go to the comment section of it, I have a news alert for him. And anytime you go to a comment section, it's all these people just still saying all the things, right? Like he's deluding himself. He's ruining his life. There's no safe way to use heroin. And it's like, look, I have no criticism of people who do blue collar work. I understand that education is like a tremendously privileged thing. But like when you have your job listed as you know, warehouse worker at so-and-so, like you're really telling the guy who's a tenured professor at Columbia with a house in Switzerland that he ruined his life with this drug? Like you're just demonstrably wrong, right? Like whatever you do for a job and whatever education you have for a job, irrelevant. You're demonstrably wrong if you're saying that drug use has ruined this man's life, because his life is not ruined. His life is awesome. Yeah. You know, like, you know, his kids go to $50,000 a year private schools. You know, he has a chalet in Switzerland. He gets to go on CNN and talk about his own drug use. I mean, what a wonderful position to be in, that you can be so open about your drug use, and one that we all get to do, which is also awesome. But yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is that we're talking about stigma creating a feedback loop of negative interactions, which then leads to a feedback loop of more stigma, because people don't want to talk about the fact that they use opiates. They don't want to talk about the fact that they use crack. They don't want to talk about methamphetamine is another one, right? Where people do not want to admit that they use methamphetamine. Yeah. And so like it creates these feedback loops where people don't know that their friends are using. So the only people they see are the ones who are having problems. And so they further stigmatize it. And it's like, look, different drugs have different risk and benefit profiles. That's fine. You know, LSD is physiologically non-toxic. There's no known fatal dose. That's a difference between, you know, LSD and heroin. Right. I'm not saying they're the same drugs. Sure. But what I am saying is that treating users of one drug as if they are fundamentally less human than the users of another drug is just flat out not okay. Yeah.
Pizza makes me fatter than pickles. It's just but I still eat them. Yeah. I think that makes sense. At some point in the evolution of DanceSafe, we were hinting on this earlier, the decision was made to go more directly after this topic. When was that? More publicly?
I think that might have been me. I feel like that might have been me, actually. So I was originally outreach coordinator under a previous executive director.
How long ago was that?
7 years.
Okay.
And there was a lot of tension between us. She agreed on all of the conclusions. She didn't necessarily agree on my messaging.
Okay.
I do think that one of the ways to get people to listen to this message is to say things that are demonstrably true, but also really controversial. Saying things like, if you treat it, there's reports in the medical literature. She felt this way about health messaging too, right? So there's reports in the medical literature of people who've accidentally consumed 7,000 doses of LSD and lived. Yeah, they stole a jar of white powder and snorted a giant line of what they thought was cocaine, and it was actually LSD powder. Important lesson there: if you steal a jar of white powder in the Bay, you should probably have a test kit. If you think
What happens with 7,000 doses of LSD?
mostly white out, you don't remember what happens, but they lived. They lived.
Okay.
And they're fine.
They're still living in this dimension.
They're fine.
Unclear.
They're fine. And so if you treat a shot glass of water as a single dose of water, far before 7,000 shot glasses of water, your saline levels would be out of whack and you would die. And so saying that LSD is less toxic than water is just medically true. Obviously very controversial. The thing around selling heroin at 7-Eleven, obviously demonstrably true. I mean, I have a lot of data to back up that would be less deadly than unregulated market opiates.
It's probably not as bad as the hot dogs they sell.
Yeah, I mean, that's in terms of epidemiological reality, that might actually be true. And so, that was a thing that I started pushing. But then also, Kristen came in and also very much agreed with that messaging. And so then there were two of us who were out there really pushing that messaging. And her background in public health allowed her to message it in a way that I think was way more attractive to some of our stakeholders. Mine is really good for getting the big bold text in Rolling Stone, right? I'm really good at giving them quotes. I'll give you a quote that'll get me in big bold text in Rolling Stone, right across from a picture of Jay-Z, and that's hot shit. The fact that I have that is amazing. But it does not. My quotes don't work as well.
And then Kristen does the follow through.
Yeah, then Kristen comes in. Actually, me being really controversial and making kind of a mess, and then Kristen coming and fixing it is actually a sort of important part of our dynamic. And so
that's the setup for your sitcom about the DanceSafe team.
I just want to.
Mitch.
Well, yes. And I just want to interject, and I think this is all really relevant because we are actually entering, and I'm going to credit Kristen for this, and maybe you should be talking about this, but we're entering a new era of DanceSafe, and it's really kind of poignant that you're here interviewing all of us right now. It's really special actually because we're at this moment of DanceSafe history, given all this context about us, where we're trying to figure out what the DanceSafe is with all of it, what this iteration of DanceSafe is, and it's all of these things we've talked about, and it's also how are we going to create this culture and say these things and get this message across in the paradigm and the superstructures under which we're operating. And so we have these viewpoints, but to be clear, we're not except for maybe on social media now with Rachel's voice, but we're not totally out there like that because we have a lot of gatekeepers that unfortunately are reasons why, are the gatekeepers of whether or not we can actually service an event and provide the health and safety measures, the harm reduction, the drug checking for the patrons. And again, a lot of that comes back to just the culture, the superstructures, the Rave Act. And so I just think it's important that we're vulnerable in this moment to let you know that we're still trying to figure out how we can present ourselves externally with these radical ideas that we have and this narrative that we're talking to you about tonight that we can't totally be forthright about in ways in ways that are accepted or heard, and so it comes down to messaging and how do we communicate where we're at that in this current point in history. And we can sit here and talk to you about it all we want, but if promoters we have to be really careful when we step around when we approach promoters, and we operate under what's called a plausible deniability model. And so like when we're actually at events and we're providing services, that is not on paper. Like we're not really advertising those services. So if you don't know who DanceSafe is, you don't really know to ask the right questions, because we are not in a legal and cultural and social environment where we can be like, yo, we're checking your drugs, come see us. Like, you know, we have to be really hush hush about it. And so like, we can sit here and talk with you in the safe container all we want about our views, but like when we're actually on like implementing our services and our programs, like there's a certain amount of like filtering that we have to do in order to meet people where they're at, in order to meet the promoters where they're at, you know. And we're starting to get, thanks to like efforts of my colleagues, Kristen, like we're starting to create more connections and meaningful relationships with the artists, Beat Kitty, who like want to see these type of like environments at their shows, and like, you know, who will be like, no, like Tipper, like, well, I'm not gonna play unless DanceSafe's there. And we got into Red Rocks this summer, which we are never at, you know. And so so yeah, I just wanted to name that.
No, that's an excellent transition, actually, because I wanted to get into let's break down some of the information and sort of like where the organization's been and where it's going and how it's shifting in structure. Did you want to chime in on something?
Go ahead.
First?
Well,
first or after?
I do.
Yeah, hit me good. Yeah, please.
I really do. What you were saying, it was just like something that has come up for me a lot through this conversation on meeting people where they're at, because I think that's a really, really important point that you brought up, Madeline. We keep calling, and it goes back to even what you were talking about with why we're radical, and messaging, and how we have to appear to the world and how we have to navigate that. Harm reduction isn't even where we use that, because we're meeting people where they're at for using that. But we definitely internally have moved beyond that into like risk reduction and benefit maximization. And that's radical as fuck when you start talking about that. And then I think the only other, it's more of a personal story that I wanted to mention about who we are. But I remember when I started... Kristen, thank you so much for giving me raving reviews for employers before. But I put DanceSafe on my resume front and center, and I had a ton of people. They were like, are you sure you want to do that? And I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. Like, we're here and the world will know about us, and like, we're only getting started. But the fact that there was that questioning on like, look at what you're doing. You know, why? Yeah. You know, we're proud of who we are. We're very, very proud. And I think where we are, it's all around radical. But I will pass it back to you. Yeah. No. That is adding to the transition. It's perfect. Perfect. Thank you for being a great co-host. Until 7 years ago, I'm just going to try to get some like basic kind of blocks of time so we can get listeners caught up on the history of DanceSafe as an organization and sort of like where you're going next. So until about 7-ish years ago, that's when you said the conversation started to happen about this particular messaging shift. Was the leadership team about the same size back then?
No. And I want to be clear that there have been people involved in DanceSafe who've been pushing this messaging since the very beginning, including E-Man, who's very out in front about prohibition has to end, because without it ending, we will always be doing mitigation instead of addressing the root cause of the issue. Right. So that idea has been part of DanceSafe
Standing
from the beginning.
on the shoulders.
I think it's just that I'm a little more... I have a very high risk tolerance, like as an individual, and so I'm willing to like be a little more risky about how I message that and how I say these things. Well, I'm sorry, unless I'm misunderstanding, just for clarification myself and the listeners, because part of my understanding was that also getting into the topic of the racial components of this. Oh, the racial stuff. The racial stuff is for sure new with me. That was more new with me. No, I mean the leadership team for most of DanceSafe history has been almost exclusively volunteer, including volunteer executive directors for many, many years, where there wasn't enough funding to even have a single paid employee. Right?
And how big is the network of volunteers back then?
Oh, I don't know if there's any way to even know that. The sort of oversight of volunteers was so haphazard at that time that like I don't know if I when I first started 7 years ago, I would get inquiries about our chapter in London. And I was like, what are you people talking about? And then somebody did. They sent me a picture of like a table with a DanceSafe logo on it at a party in London. And I had like never spoken to these people. I had never emailed. I had no idea who these people were. I was like, what is happening right now?
That's amazing.
Yeah, that has not happened in a while. But there probably still is a DanceSafe booth sitting in a garage in London somewhere. And I don't know what to do about that. I have no idea who these people are.
So it was, and I'm sorry, I'm going to break down some like just boring geeky stuff
Yeah.
so listeners can conceptualize.
Thank
So it was, I mean, when you say we don't have an idea of how big the volunteers were, was it like 20 people or was it like thousands?
No, hundreds, not thousands would be my guess.
Across the country, possibly the world.
Yeah. South Africa for a while had it. Like, it would globally for sure.
Okay.
At the time, because anyone who wanted to do it, they would just like send this stuff to.
Okay.
With like very little training, very little oversight. Like it was a mess.
And how was it structured? So like the team had material, and then if somebody was interested in setting up a DanceSafe booth at a event or festival, you would send material.
At the time, yes, that was very much the model at the time, where somebody would email E-Man, or then Brian was the second person, and say, hey, I want to set up a DanceSafe booth. They would have like a 2-hour phone call to discuss how to do everything, and then they would ship them the equipment.
Okay.
And then those people would reach out to promoters they knew. It was a very grassroots, very bottom up, very little oversight. Just get the testing in front of patrons like as quickly as we can because of how many misrepresented MDMA pills there were at the time. MDMA. I'm doing quotation fingers for anyone.
Okay. So a lot of different mouths potentially speaking on behalf of DanceSafe.
Poorly trained.
Right.
Often presenting misinformation. Problematic.
Okay.
And so yes, we've actively been trying to move away from those problems and in towards a sort of more unified voice, a better structured voice, which is a really good time to hand the mic to Kristen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mitchell. Yeah, I think that some of your follow-up questions are getting at the crux of your original question, to be honest, like where we were, grassroots and unstructured, untrained, and missing a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, but having a lot of heart. And now we're moving in the direction where we still have heart, but we have a growing set of resources. We have more structure, and we're working to figure out what it looks like to engage in growth ethically and sustainably. I think that with the brand refresh, it's very much my baby. When I came into DanceSafe, I frankly, even 7 years ago, thought it was a complete shit show. I was amazed that the organization had persisted for so many years. Yeah. Like the word cockroach honestly comes to mind for me right now. I've given this a lot of thought. And
I prefer to go with beetle.
Your wife would appreciate that, Mitchell. Shout out to Emily Gomez. And at the time, I was just so taken aback by, I came in being like, oh my God, I have an internship with DanceSafe. And then I was like, oh my God, I have an internship with DanceSafe. And over the course of time, it's just been really beautiful to have stuck around and gotten to implement thank you, Rachel, to help implement the structure to make things more sustainable. Like, we have been a chapter-based organization, but for a long time, the phrase chapter development was absent. So what does it look like for us to be able to support these chapters that are providing services within the community? Only recently have we really been able to think about radically changing that internally as an organization. Before, we didn't have the type of funding that we have now. Thank you, Mitchell, for making that happen. And with that growth that Mitchell has really facilitated in terms of like the money that we have to put towards our services, like now we can start thinking about what is everything that needs to be in place. Like when Mitchell was talking about, and even 7 years ago, and even today, there's not a complete how to start a DanceSafe chapter guide. Like that is something that we're actively working on right now so that it's clear that there are officers and they're in leadership positions, and those leadership positions do not have a set hierarchy. There's natural hierarchies because that is part of the culture that we're bringing forth at DanceSafe. And those individuals have roles and responsibilities that are fluid, but ultimately they work with us to be able to bring forth DanceSafe services in person, and being able to have all the resources that you could ever need in that type of complex role to be able to do this in a more simple way. And what does it look like to provide better support? What does it look like to provide higher quality services, where there's more consistency in what you get when you come up to a DanceSafe booth? I'm sure that there's plenty of your listeners that have had an entire array of experiences with DanceSafe over the course of years, and even in the not so distant past, where there might be people who come to us at an event and you get like a Rachel behind the booth and suddenly you're getting schooled on psychopharmacology and some of the cultural, social aspects of drugs, and then you can go somewhere else. And it pains me to say it, but we are still weeding out, like we're still moving in the direction where there's some people who are absolutely engaging in psychedelic exceptionalism, and I think that is far less than it was just a couple of years ago, but there's still work that is needed to be done. So we're definitely, to what Madeline said, in a really transformative period at DanceSafe. We have the strongest leadership team that this organization has ever seen, hands down, no questions asked. I feel very confident in saying that. Between our board,
E-Man feels confident in saying that too. So I think that's the proof that it's true for sure.
And between our board and our staff and our contractors, and I'm really excited about the growth of DanceSafe and where we're going and what kind of mark we're going to be able to leave on the world and make a difference, because we're frankly more organized, which is a very Christian thing to say, but being able to be more strategic, more well thought out, and being able to hold the big picture in mind as you're working with the details to be able to execute is something that we're very much bringing forward right now. So there's an internal component and then there's the external component, and it's interesting to see the evolution of it over time.
Can you give a snapshot, let's say, of a handful of demonstrable changes in how DanceSafe was being run prior and what shifts you've been making now?
Yeah, absolutely. Internally, I would say the biggest thing that we have done is sought out to re-examine what does it look like to organize ourselves as an organization. We are set our sights on what does it look like to be a healthy organization. I come from a background of initially striking interest in the intersection of food policy and structural violence. I started doing drugs, which were way cooler, and ended up working in drug policy reform and harm reduction, as we call it. And now one of the things I've become extremely interested in as well is the intersection of structural violence in the workplace. And as far as I'm concerned, if we're trying to create a safe space at DanceSafe, that starts from the inside out. And that's a huge focus. I think a big difference is us exploring also all of our relationships with power. Mitchell holds the title of executive director, but he's one of 4 executive staff on this organization, and we all have our different areas of operation where we have autonomy, where we are organizing at the intersection of our interests and our skills, because at the end of the day, that's how everyone's going to get the best DanceSafe and get the best product, because people are excited and they want to be here and there's space for them to be human. I'm proud to say that we have an extremely competitive time off policy, and while we still have a ways to go in terms of some of our payment structure and stuff. If someone's having a tough time at DanceSafe, they have the space to breathe. And that's not something I see in other workplaces a lot of the time. And so I think that is a huge cultural shift. Another component of that being our focus on what does it look like to have consent culture within our walls, and try to find some sort of balance in how we set boundaries with the public and how they interact with our volunteers and how they interact with each other in our space, and starting to set an example and be a model of the type of behavior we want to see from the people that interact with us. There's so many building blocks that we're talking about, interpersonal skills, I think, from the macro. We've talked a lot about the macro, and there's been some conversation about the micro, but I think there's a lot of building blocks that we're working on internally, and we're also bringing forth out externally. Beyond that, I would say going back to like the services, which is what a lot of people would expect us to be talking about, I think, improving our quality through the chapters and stuff like that, thinking about what does it look like to increase our quality of drug education, how to increase the accessibility to that. I'm looking forward to us really digging into what does it look like to increase accessibility to drug checking, so that, as Mitchell really aptly put it this week while we've been together, you shouldn't have to pay a $300 music festival ticket to be able to check your drugs. But I would be interested, honestly, in hearing what other people's answers are to your question. I have a very intersectional role, but a lot of people have very specific things that they focus on, and they would be far better to talk about it than myself.
Yeah, I just wanted the listeners to know how great it is that Jessica has like this entire paper towel filled with notes.
Since I started, Mitchell has literally said, he was like, I thought Kristen was A-type, but like you are just the other level.
Yeah, no, this is completely on brand.
Yeah.
I just
And
want
it is a paper towel, right? It's so great.
I'll give it away if anybody wants it. A lot of good shit on it.
For a donation.
All right. I want to hop in and note that sometimes being around Kristen and Jess, like speaking their minds, like it doesn't have to be in a business context. Just being around them, like orating, is baffling sometimes. The way that Kristen is like, sometimes I look at her, I'm like, man, are you just like the first and most advanced iteration of a very convincing cyborg that can always say the right thing? It's astonishing. And meanwhile, Jess comes out and Slack channels, man, like perfect. I don't even know how to verbalize it. I feel like I need to make it go viral or something, or like leak a screenshot of Jessica's board meeting planning threads. It's just unbelievable. And I really want to know what's on that paper towel.
I will say too, Kristen, you are seriously one of my favorite collaborators. I really love working with you.
Let's all go around the circle and say our favorite thing about each other.
It did bring me in mind like what you were saying, and it really brought up thank you. A quote from Stacey Forrester. She's from Good Night Out, Vancouver. Also another collaborator of Kristen's at 4 O'Clock Consulting. And we were at a training together at the Black Box in Denver. And she had this slide that really hit us both, and I think it stuck with us a lot and something that we've carried into like what we want to do with DanceSafe culture as well. Like there's a big difference between all are welcome here, and we made and created this space with you in mind, which I think is really important on what we're trying to do, not only externally for our communities, but also internally for the team that we have, because showing up human, showing up whole, and what we talk about a lot is like health, like how can we be the healthiest possible?
Yeah.
We also get each other shitty gifts sometimes. When they're shitty, it means that I had a hand in it. Like, for instance, Kristen was at the helm of an exceptionally challenging internal policy that we needed to create. And we made a separate Slack channel to discuss what to gift her. And I found a picture on Etsy of a dragon holding paper towel that says, "Your butt napkins." And we mailed it to her house. So that is massive cultural shift there, I would say, folks. Being able to really meet people where they're at in terms of their grand needs in their lives. That's my experience.
Beautiful. I feel like this is a good time. We keep dancing around this, but let's get clarity on the Rave Act. Can we give a kind of a elevator pitch of what it is and where it came from and how it's affecting you today?
Yeah.
Wait. I'm sorry. I just want to note that the RAVE Act it's a colloquial name, but it stands for Reducing Americans' Vulnerability to Ecstasy. Wow. I know.
Yes.
Joe Biden always loved his clever acronyms as a state senator, so he would name his bills that way for all of them.
It's in 2013.
Fun side note, your host, my very first public speaking award was in 5th grade. It was 2 years after I learned English, and it was for DARE. And I won.
Oh my God. Talk about a glow up.
Drug Abuse Resistance Education, right? And I think it might actually stand for something else now. I don't know. But They gave me a bear. A helicopter landed. It was amazing.
No way. Wow, that sounds like the coolest thing Dare's ever done.
Yeah, I bring the bear with me to festivals.
What do you do with the bear?
I make him watch.
Yeah.
All right, Rave Act.
That's great. No, that's great. I was also going to fun fact you, and that the Rave Act is actually the name, that's okay, of the act that passed. And because it's so late on in a really intensive week for me, I don't even remember what. Mitchell, you know this. Chime in and help me with this.
Yeah, the U.S. Anti-Drug Proliferation Act.
Yeah. And
which was which the only way Biden was able to get it passed was by adding it as a rider to the Amber Alert bill, right? Which nobody can vote against. And so it exists because of like really dirty politics.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And it was essentially an addition to what they call the crack house laws under the Controlled Substances Act, which is now over 50 years old. But it basically, the TLDR is that
that's what I want.
Venue owner or promoter that is suspected of knowingly allowing drug use to happen on site can face really hefty criminal and civil fines, criminal liability and civil fines. And so
when was this passed?
2003.
2003. Okay.
Yeah. And it's so thanks, Biden. I'm pretty sure it was 2002 maybe. Thanks for fact.
It was a wild year for MDMA.
Yeah, it was. But wow. It essentially, so it creates the law, and I've done the research. There has only been one drug conviction under that provision of the CSA. And it happened where there was like pretty blatant distribution happening on site, on a private land during a real private music festival. And so this is the law that most insurance providers, their attorneys, and the attorneys for the promoters / venue owners point to say, hey, you can't have DanceSafe on site, because if you have a harm reduction organization that's even giving out information about drugs, that means that we know that information is needed on site because our patrons are using drugs. Therefore, we can be potentially liable under this provision of federal law. And it's like, wow, that's a really long argument working your way through, but that liability is there because that exists. And that's what folks in my area of operation are really concerned about, is how do we prevent liability for our clients? And so it's just become a culture because it's given frankly, if I'm going to talk frankly, it's given promoters an excuse to not spend money and prioritize health and safety measures. And so we've made some, when I say we, really it was Shelley Goldberg through the Amend the Rave Act, whose daughter died in the 2010s, I believe. Oh, Dee Dee, thank you. Her daughter was Shelley. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it was Dee Dee Goldberg. Her daughter, Shelley, passed away from heat overdose, actually. Because the MDMA oftentimes isn't the actual cause of the overdose death. It's the fact that you get overheated. And so when Dee Dee's daughter died, she did a lot of work through an organization. She eventually passed off to DanceSafe called Amend the Rave Act. And she finally got a set of 2 letters from the Department of Justice that read in totality basically say, we're not going to prosecute folks for providing basic harm reduction, which includes free water, cool-off spaces, and drug education. Yet we're still faced with this resistance from promoters, from venue owners of having us on site openly providing harm reduction services. Things like water and pieces of literature. We're not even talking our drug checking services. That's like a whole other thing.
It's so similar to the whole, we can't give out condoms because then kids will have sex.
Yeah. Oh, it's...
Yeah.
It's often the same people making those arguments, right? It's not just parallel arguments. It's often literally the same people making these types of arguments. And I just want to get political for 2 seconds because you No, you did.
Do it.
Mitchell.
Here.
So what Madeline said, right, that promoters, lawyers are trained to avoid liability. When a promoter says that they are more concerned about liability than the health of their patrons, what they are literally saying, not figuratively, what they are literally saying is that money is more important than the people's lives who are at their events.
Yeah.
And so I think when a promoter says that, it should be very, very clear to all the people who are supporting that promoter what is being said. We should not try to like hide that reality. We should not try to obfuscate that reality. If you think that liability is more important than safety, you literally believe money is more important than lives.
Yep.
Wow.
And so like, that's it. Like we need to call that out for what it is.
Yeah. All right.
Well, another more complicated piece to that, though, is that oftentimes promoters don't understand the actionable practical risk that comes from not having harm reduction services on site.
Yeah.
So it becomes very sticky morally because you have to consider not only is that factually the case, but what ends up becoming possibly, I would say, the more important factor is this reckless negligence or is this ignorance? And sometimes it is ignorance. And sometimes on the part of certain major production companies, who I will not name here, it is, sometimes it is reckless negligence when you know better. And that's really a major problem that we see is when people are fully equipped with the information and the resources that they would need to understand the actionable dangers of the event that they're throwing, and they still choose to prioritize profits over people. And so that is something that is a major issue that we face, is teasing apart what's happening.
Right.
And sometimes it's willful ignorance as well, which then in turn becomes reckless negligence.
Yeah.
And on that note, I'm going to just give a shout out for Rachel's event safety guide that you should check out. Rachel, where can they find that if there's event producers that are tuning in and wanting to figure out how they can throw safer, more responsible, and therefore, frankly, better parties?
It's on Instaham, baby. Just go down until you see the event harm reduction guide. I think it's also pinned on our Twitter. It's somewhere on our Facebook. It might be on our website.
We will most certainly link to it in the show notes on today's episode. Yeah.
It's a mini guide. It's non-comprehensive, but I think that what is really missing from a lot of people's understanding when they're throwing parties, and this is the crux. I'm pretty nerdy about this stuff. Like the art of throwing an event is very near and dear to my heart. And first off, you don't care about stuff until something goes wrong, and then all of a sudden you need to figure out what to do in response to it, which is cue literally every party that's ever gone wrong. And all of a sudden they're like, "Why do we need to hire a contractor and figure a consultant or something?" And it's already like the problem has occurred. But two, I think that a lot of event producers don't really conceptualize the fact that when people are paying to enter your space and enter your event, you are creating a container for them wherein they become reliant on the resources that you provide them, and they must adhere to the parameters that you set up around their behaviors. So people can't care for themselves in the same way that they would be able to outside of the confines of your event. And sometimes I hear folks liken it to, oh, well, you're like a guest in their house. No, you fucking aren't. You're like in a hotel. If the hotel doesn't have running water and all the doors lock at 10 p.m. and you can't get out of your room, that's a problem. So it's like the same issue. And I think that people don't really understand that there's a lot of victim blaming in those situations. Well, if you wanted to drink water, you should have known that water bottles would be $7 at this venue and whatever, and there'd be no spigots. It's really common for people to say, fuck it, I don't need to drink water that much. I'll drink it when I get home. They don't realize how hard they're dancing. You pass out from heat exhaustion. It happens all the time. And part of that is an individual chose to not get water. But more importantly is that the event producer set up a situation where that person was incapable of accessing water in the way that they normally would be able to. Shout out to Mitchell's comment about potable water being an undervalued necessity. And my one pro tip that I'll drop here is if you do not want to give away free water at your event, on the flyer or on the announcement, say everyone can bring their own water bottle and we will have spigots or taps or jugs in the venue for you to refill, and we'll have water bottles available to purchase if you want. But put it on the notice. Say you can bring one of your own. Because otherwise people say, oh, it's for safety. No ins and outs is for safety. Then why are vodka doubles $17? And why do they only check to see if you have an unopened water bottle versus an opened water bottle? Like, obviously that's not about
so
safety.
one of my most cherished memories from the very early rave days was in the early 2000s, and I won't name the event, but this event was historically it had free water, and then this year they shut it off, and so it was the first year that free water was not available at this event. And it was this like group of probably 70 people just mobbing a water truck that was delivering bottles of water to one of the places to sell it, and just throwing pallets of water out of the back. Like, they literally overwhelmed the water truck, and it was empty in like 45 seconds. And I just have this like very crystal clear memory in my mind of people just throwing these like, the plastic wrapped, 24 packs, and emptying this like U-Haul box truck of water.
Amazing.
Just instantly. And it was just like, oh, that's a solution. Like, probably not the one the promoter wanted, but like, if you don't want to provide free water, that was a solution to just like take that. Emma Goldman, she was an early anarchist writer, ask for work. If they refuse you work, ask for bread. If they refuse you bread, take the bread. So like, ask for water. If they refuse you waters, take the water. A lovely moment.
I like it.
Otherwise, we're going to see people at camp out festivals with like a spile. How do you pronounce a spile? Where you like tap the tree and you like collect the water from the tree. You see people like foraging in the woods, wearing a loincloth, like digging out of the creek.
Is that how Burning Man is?
If there were a single tree on Playa, you bet someone would try and tap it and milk it for its water.
There was a tree a couple years ago.
But it was made with
electricity.
Wow, I bet people did some really weird shit to it.
One of the best things ever built out there.
That thing's amazing.
I just wanted to cut in for a second and just fact correct something, because Madeline was absolutely right. The RAVE Act was passed in 2003. It was introduced by Biden in 2002. In 2003, it was renamed and then passed without public hearing, debate, or a vote.
Wow.
I just want to mention here, when we're talking about the RAVE Act, not only... We hear a lot in like drug checking circles, there's like this festival and then community environment, and they are different in the way that they're being conceptualized. But the RAVE Act, as Madeline mentioned, being the extension of like the crack house laws or crack house statute, it's being used to basically block community harm reduction, risk reduction, benefit maximization services, as we see in Safe House, which is the nonprofit in Philly, the safe consumption site, overdose prevention site, whichever verbiage that you use. And I would actually, we've done a lot of work in DanceSafe about amending the RAVE Act, but I would like to hear from Mitchell on his thoughts about the differences, where we stand as an organization now on amending the RAVE Act versus repealing the RAVE Act.
Yeah, I mean, I've started talking about this a lot recently. I don't think that this is a thing that can be amended. I think that not only does it have to be repealed, but I think the federal crack house statute has to be repealed as well. I don't think it's appropriate to repeal a law that was quite literally and explicitly an attempt to apply the same sort of punishment to wealthy white drug users that was being applied to poor drug users of color. Right? So poor people of color who owned homes where people were using drugs, even if they had no involvement in that drug trade, are being charged with crimes under the federal crack house laws. And so it's not appropriate to just fix our problem. We have to fix the deeper problem, which is that these laws do nothing good and do a lot of harm. These laws are being quoted as the reason why the feds will not allow safe consumption sites that cities are trying to set up. These laws are being applied inconsistently, depending on the person's social status and financial abilities. There was a large shipping boat that was found with what was at the time the largest stash of cocaine in U.S. history, and that boat was owned by a company which was owned by the Senate Majority Leader. Right? And so, like, obviously he's not being charged as an accessory to cocaine transportation, but like, if you were poor, I didn't know it was on my boat is not going to fly, right? And I don't think he knew it was on the boat. I don't think this was him directly involved in massive cocaine transportation. But the inconsistency of the application of the laws is hugely problematic. I think just carving out exceptions for harm reduction is not enough, because it's a badly written law, it doesn't define its terms, and so it just needs to go.
Yeah. How do we know I mean, I imagine now you know how many volunteers you have?
Still no.
Still don't?
No, but we're getting there. We're getting closer.
What's the structure with
We actually are very close, but I should let you finish your question.
No, go.
Very
close.
You go. So we currently right now, we have a couple metrics by which we can track how many volunteers we have. There is a discrepancy between volunteers who were onboarded previous to our massive christening. Oh my God, the christening.
I love that.
Oh, this is really like BK and AK, honestly. So
christening.
like, yeah, BK was before christening.
Yeah.
There was a significantly higher level of chaos in. No, I really mean this. I know that I popped in earlier to talk about Kristen's level of like verbal organization, but it is just I can't. It's like I have cute aggression towards it. Like I want to squeeze it and kill it because it's so intense.
All of my things.
Yeah. So prior to that, BK, it was mostly paper volunteer agreements that would get maybe signed at a maybe booth / maybe table for a person that might have done volunteer training and might not have, and might have known the chapters and just started hanging out and might have been a volunteer, might have just been a dude that likes Reddit.
I understand now why it's hard to track. Got it. Okay.
Yes. So it was all paper, which
Right.
was impossible.
Because it could be somebody that just like shows up to the festival and goes, I want to help out.
Well, it kind of, in some cases. Okay, Kristen's making a lot of faces at me.
Her fit, yes.
Yeah, she's nodding. She's like opening and closing her mouth. It's just like really chaotic. But generally, it was just like very analog until AK, at which point in time we developed a couple of like stepwise systems because, of course, as I said earlier, the micro is a representation of the macro. If you have this complex foundation laid, it's very difficult to grind the gears to a halt and make changes.
Yeah.
So what we started with was, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I'll pick up from there.
Yeah, I figured.
So-
See, she made another face. That's how you know. She's always making faces.
I have to say, for someone who is credited with always being able to say the right thing at the right time, I also seem to be quite effective at not having to say anything at all, yet still getting shit done. Thank you, Rachel.
Honestly, she's a miracle. Stop it, you.
Rachel really likes to. One of her roles and responsibilities around DanceSafe
Gassing up Kristen.
is making me blush, absolutely. So I think that a big shift was implementation of the DanceSafe training program. And I have big dreams for what that looks like. Currently, I envision it being a tiered system. Right now, we're still working with Tier 1, which is the DanceSafe volunteer training program. And so being the very public healthy person that I was at the time, I was really concerned with how are we going to evaluate this program? I can't take full credit for the inception of the training. The prior executive director of DanceSafe had started off by pursuing the project, and I think the general idea was fantastic. We've certainly ran with it. I definitely think that there's pieces that weren't the best fit for who DanceSafe was at the time. It wasn't the best fit for who we are now, but that's not to say that it couldn't be the best fit for DanceSafe more in the long run. I think honestly, the vision at the time was too big for who we were, and I really wanted to hone in and figure out what are the bare necessities, what are the basic learning objectives that we need to have to ensure that our volunteers have a standard baseline of knowledge. The other piece of that puzzle is the organizational responsibility on DanceSafe National's part to be able to provide trained volunteers, at least a certain degree of trained volunteers, to the chapters and starting to create the beginnings of a standard of care.
So you can send people out ahead of time to kind of help develop those chapters.
So that would be training the leadership. I'm talking about the baseline training for any volunteer that comes into the organization. So who is DanceSafe? What are basic harm reduction practices? Like how to recognize an emergency, how to provide drug checking are like some of the primary topics of the baseline volunteer training. And so through that, we have a pre-test, we have a post-test. I wanted to know how effective our training was at actually increasing the knowledge of the volunteers coming into the organization. As of the last time it was evaluated, which was probably 2018, we were able to indicate that there was a 34% increase in knowledge for volunteers, which is awesome.
It's very specific.
It is.
No more, no less.
And so that was the beginning of us starting to get an understanding. We have volunteers that have completed this training. They completed the post-test. There's definitely discrepancies between how many people have completed the training and how many people are placed with our DanceSafe chapters, because there's an onboarding process that takes place in between there where there's certain like information that we need from our volunteers, like a volunteer application, and stuff we need them to sign. So there's a bit of a breakdown there that we're working on trying to streamline and improve, so that we can try to maintain those numbers throughout. Then the next thing that's really interesting is right now there's not enough resources, I would say, to set up DanceSafe DanceSafe officers, who, by the way, are DanceSafe volunteers. They are volunteers in leadership roles, which is incredible.
You said officers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they're the ones that are the leadership of the organization. So the organizational structure is DanceSafe National is comprised of our board, our staff, and then our contractors that are working with us.
Okay.
And then there are the chapters, who are groupings of volunteers in different locations throughout the United States.
How many are there?
That's hard to quantify right now after the pandemic. Like prior to the pandemic, after stepping into my role where I started overseeing the chapters, there was like a 14% increase in how many chapters we had. So I think we were sitting pretty at about like 25, which was great. And all fairly responsive and functional and active in the scene. Right now, I would say that we're probably around like 11 to 13 active quote unquote DanceSafe chapters. How does one define active DanceSafe chapter? That was already difficult to define, right? Because it's like, think about how diverse different scenes are, different places. Like, I mean, if you're in LA, how many different parties are going on right now as we're having this podcast that could be service?
Right.
Whereas if you're in more remote locations throughout the US, like if there's only 2 events a month and you service both those events, that would be a super high activity level. But if you're only servicing 2 parties in LA in a given period, how active really is that? And then it also has, there's so many determining factors. Event promoter buy-in, like how many event producers are willing to work with a DanceSafe chapter in a given geographic area. So it's hard to define how active a DanceSafe chapter is. There's so many different parameters. It's hard to define how many active volunteers we have, because we're still working on getting the infrastructure in place to have all the numbers.
Right.
Just so kindly just served me a paper towel note, and
Does it have like a precise number with a decimal point in it?
No, I'm disappointed. I expected more from you, Jessica.
That is typical, just so you know. I think that, Jess, what was it that you said the other day where you were like, I spent 66.98 hours doing this. And I was like, how the fuck did you quantify that?
It's a gift, people. But
seriously,
so right now, above all else, the primary focus is on quality. Right now, we are not starting new DanceSafe chapters. That is something I dug my heels in about a long time ago. And I think that I have a lot more support these days than when that originally happened, because I want to make sure that we're providing the best support to the people who have stuck around. I mean, seriously, people, these are volunteers engaging in leadership roles to provide services for free.
Did you hear that, folks? 100% free.
Like, if y'all think that you have warm, fuzzy feelings about those of us that have been talking about this podcast, like, the volunteers and the officers are really the people that deserve a lot of credit. There is no DanceSafe without them, or Rachel on social media, I guess. So, so now we're really focused on improving quality, and that starts with supporting the leadership of chapters and their roles. And soon that's going to be examining what does the volunteer training look like in the context of this new brand refresh. And a big part of this is like one, quality of service for the patrons. That's first and foremost. But another big part that has been, I think, elucidated throughout the call is also increasing the trust that gatekeepers have to, like, the gatekeepers of our primary population, so it's event producers, gaining the trust of event producers that we are safe to work with.
Yeah.
And that's really tough because, you know, there's a lot of education there that needs to take place, which Rachel touched a bit on.
Just say no.
And so, yeah, right now we're focused on quality. It's hard to quantify everything, but I think we're honestly right on the cusp of being able to do that.
Okay.
I'm actively working with our chapter development coordinator, Erica, on implementing a new CRM that we're going to be using for a volunteer management system. And that, I think, is going to really push us leaps and bounds. We're going to be in the process of developing an internal communication system where volunteers, once they move through that onboarding process, land, so they have a sense of belonging, so that there is this bigger thing that they are participating in. I want to improve the retention of the volunteers as well as the quality. So that's kind of where things are at.
Beautiful.
And I do want to say, and I'm sorry if this was mentioned, I did take a potty break. But we're in the first phase. Well, maybe the first and a half, second phase of implementing a paid volunteer position, essentially.
Yeah.
That we are starting to pay those leaders, the chapter leaders that have been around, that have been put in countless and countless hours for free into all of our shared goal, which is to save lives and to provide like a more fulfilling experience for people in the nightlife, EDM, and like recreational drug using communities. And so it's started, and we are finally in a like financial position to start offering that compensation, and we hope it's fair for where we're at, but like we want to continue to grow those positions and to continue, then that just contributes to the sustainability that Kristen is so beautifully articulating that we're working towards.
It's awesome. Yes.
I just want to step in and do a quick rackle note on the phrase recreational drug use. I want to just make a note real quick about how the phrase recreational drug use is very complex, and how the phrase recreational, or the word recreational, has been often applied in a similar context as the word abuse, right? Like, if it is not recreational, it's being abused. If it's not being abused, it's recreational, etc. And how both of those words are very nebulous in their application. So you can call a drug recreational, but that inherently has some implication behind it. Like, you're referring to a specific subset of drugs. You're referring to a specific subset of people that use drugs in a specific kind of way. And this is just like, I have a microphone, so I feel obligated, right? So this is just how this goes for me.
Is it only when you have a microphone?
No. But I just wanted to touch on it because I think that this is like a window into the kinds of complexities behind the decision making that we do as an organization around messaging, around communication, and how it is like really hard to understate how complicated this stuff is. Even just saying, like, I think it's somewhere on our website that it's outdated language that we need to update, that it's from literally a decade ago. We serve non-addicted recreational drug users, and that's probably should get, like, we can scrub that like tonight.
Right. Wouldn't it be as opposed to like medicinal?
No, and that's the other thing is
Good question.
defining drug use is such a conglomerate of the mosaic of an individual's history and present, in addition to the mosaic of the drug's history and present. Okay, that's part of the history.
Yeah.
But the mosaic includes so many different things. I could go off about this one. This is like my favorite. Is this concept of a person being an ecosystem and a drug being an ecosystem as well, and that a person using a drug immediately creates a relationship.
Yeah.
And for instance, if you have a brick of really shitty cocaine that is super, super stepped on, and you also have a pre-existing heart condition, whatever, then your inherent risk levels are going to be different. Someone that suffers from severe social anxiety might use cocaine in a medicinal, quote unquote, context that is not necessarily Western medicine. It could be a therapeutic context because it assists them improving their overall quality of life by improving their baseline ability to engage in connecting with other people.
Right.
And that could be a kind of recreational drug use that doesn't make sense to other people. And it might make perfect sense to the individual. But this isn't, I'm not trying to unpack this word right now.
Yeah.
Like this is.
No, we don't have enough time for it.
No, definitely not trying to unpack this word right now. And you can cut this out if you want. But this is all just like, this is all really just to say, just like an expanding note on the complexities of language and how part of the reason that this stuff takes so much time and why so many things get overhauled and overhauled and overhauled and overhauled is that everything that we know about drugs and drug behavior changes on like a weekly basis. It's a constant process of learning and unlearning.
Can I?
And it comes down to relationship. Relationship.
Absolutely.
Connection and relationship, because a relationship with one drug or substance or whatever does not mean that it's the same relationship as another one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We have gone way over what I normally do, and that is no, and that's because it's been a fucking amazing episode. This has been absolutely, I'll gush about it in a second. I have a couple of quick questions to kind of wrap us up here. One, I was just curious, like how is the decision made which events and promoters you reach out to?
You do realize that you can't ask us any questions without
And
it
it'd be
taking
quick?
like half an hour.
Do a quick version.
Kristen, go.
What's the TLDR?
Honestly, I would say it's interesting that you asked about who we reach out to, because they reach out to us, as well as us reaching out to them. Right now,
Mitchell,
I would say that, and there's also the difference between us reaching out or receiving a request on the national level, and then that taking place at a chapter level. So those are all the different like intersections that you can kind of look at that. Who do we reach out to? That might be a better question for Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, I think the easier question is who we don't reach out to, which is promoters who have historically been openly hostile to harm reduction and who've made it clear they continue to feel that way. And so there are people within the scene, I'm not going to name anyone by name, but there are people who are sort of openly hostile to DanceSafe, and it's very clear that those bridges have long ago burned, turned to ash, and fallen into the river and washed away. Right now, we're really primarily working with people that we have established relationships with, just because of where we're at in the pandemic and where we're at in terms of DanceSafe and trying to create that quality instead of quantity of outreach.
Right.
And so right now, it has not been a lot of reaching out to events other than events that chapters and volunteers very much express an interest in working, and there is some sort of relationship we can build on, right? Like if your headliner is somebody who I know will answer me if I call them, and there's a chapter in the area that badly wants to work an event, like sure, I'll reach out to that promoter and see if they'll or that artist and have them put me in touch with the promoter. But because of COVID, it has been really it really decimated our chapter and volunteer base, and like people moved and people, changed their priorities, and people went to grad school because, if you can't get a job, getting into school and getting the student loans is like a way of surviving, or you just decide you got interested in something and want to go to grad school. As an alternative to being broke. I should not assume that everyone who went to grad school did it to get a paycheck, although that was part of my reason.
Same.
No, it's just an unusual time to be asking that question.
Gotcha.
I would love to get to a point where we don't turn down any events, right? That all the events that reach out to us, we're able to service. I'd love to get to a point where we could maybe build some new bridges with some of those promoters who historically have been really hostile towards DanceSafe. The Biden administration just announced they're going to be allowing federal funding to be used to purchase and distribute fentanyl test strips, which are legally the same thing as our reagent.
Crap, that was the question I wanted to ask. We never got to.
Here we are.
But yeah, it's, you know,
Oh, damn it! I think we're gonna have to. We have to ask about fentanyl.
yeah. But no, I do think that if you are less supportive of harm reduction than Joe Rave Act Biden, like maybe you're in the wrong industry, right? If you're less supportive of harm reduction than Joe Biden, there's a real problem.
Yeah.
Like you have to be aware of you can't think of harm reduction the way you thought of it 20 years ago, because the national conversation has progressed a tremendous amount in that time. And so you can't hold on to these old paradigms of like, oh, if I talk about drugs, I'm supporting drug use, right? Because the pretext that all of this is a drug-free event is just openly nonsense, right? Nobody is building $250,000 lighting rigs for the drunk people. So like all other considerations aside, stop pretending. You know, oh, what does it say if I have DanceSafe on site at my event? It's like, well, what does the row of ambulances leaving your event say?
So good.
So like that's it. Like let's stop pretending. And like, you know, there's some of these promoters who are openly hostile to drug use that like I've been involved in the rave scene since I was 14 years old. I worked professionally in the rave scene since I was 16. Like I've done a whole variety of things, from artist management to promotion to being a performer, juggling fire on stages. Like I've done a lot of things. And there are promoters who are openly hostile to DanceSafe that I have done drugs with. And so it's like, you can't pretend that this is like a drug, you know, you can say whatever you want to the news people, right? But like, don't bullshit me when we're talking, when like we've hung out at these, you know, mansions in Miami. Like stop pretending, you know.
And we're literally reducing or eliminating adverse medical incidences and deaths. Yeah. So really, we're actually like lowering your liability there, bud, you know. Yeah.
Preventable is such a big word. Preventable.
Okay, I this is bad interview etiquette, but I have to ask. I made a note to ask about fentanyl, and I forgot because everything else was so interesting. But this is like the topic of conversation in all the communities. What is going on with that? What are your thoughts? What do we know?
Yeah, I'm not going to... I want to answer deep instead of broad, right? So fentanyl shows up in opiates because it's easier to smuggle. Right. Most users find it less euphoric than heroin. Most users would prefer heroin if they could get it. So the reason it shows up in heroin is that it's easier to smuggle. When you step up border enforcement, when you build a wall, the factor that becomes sort of paramount for people who are smuggling substances is how many doses of that substance you can fit in a shoebox that you're going to get from A to B. What I think you're really asking is why it's showing up in non-opioid drugs. And there's a lot of possibilities there, right? Accidental cross-contamination, all the way to the other end of the spectrum of like, this is the government actively poisoning the drug supply to convince people to not do drugs. I don't actually care what the surface cause is. There's a million possibilities. It's probably multiple possibilities, right? It could be rival drug smuggling organizations poisoning each other's supply. It could be mostly accidental cross-contamination. There's probably incidents of murder that are happening, right? Because it's a really easy way right now to get away with killing people. The reason that it's happening is because those drugs are not being sold through legal regulated markets. Right? No matter what the sort of surface cause is, the reason that fentanyl is showing up as cocaine is that we cannot legally purchase cocaine. The reason it's showing up in MDMA is that we cannot legally purchase MDMA. Full stop, top to bottom, that's why it's happening. And that is the only solution that is going to actually fix the root cause of these issues, is creating regulated marketplaces for people who want to purchase their drugs. And, you know, I think it's really important to remember that prohibition is a relatively recent experience within human culture. Throughout most of human civilization, we've had rules about who could use what drugs when, and we had sort of taboos around other drugs. But the idea that we would outright ban certain substances really only dates to the mid 1800s. There's some examples that come from the actual Spanish Inquisition, who came in and banned peyote and tanocatl in the New World. Those are actually the first drug laws I've been able to find. The first general, we're going to ban the drug for everyone, was literally from the Spanish Inquisition. But prohibition is the historical aberration, not the historical norm. Yeah. And so we can return, we're not talking about a radical departure from the norm of human civilization by allowing people to use drugs. That is a return to what has historically been our relationship with drugs, right? Is creating a healthy relationship with these different substances, and then creating the infrastructure to help those people who do develop unhealthy patterns, which ultimately means building a healthier society overall, because the number one predictor of a person developing problematic substance use is childhood trauma, right? That's the number one thing that people who develop these unhealthy relationships share is childhood trauma, which means ultimately the war on drugs is a war on childhood trauma survivors, which makes it extra fucked. And generational trauma, right? Because there's certain communities that are more heavily targeted for drug war enforcement. So now these parents are being taken out of their homes and the children are being raised without fathers. And so like you're creating systemic generational trauma to perpetuate the drug war and perpetuate drug problems.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
and an ability to criminalize a certain subsect of society.
Yeah. And look, you can mitigate for this by, knowing how to use Narcan, by making sure you don't use any drugs alone, so that if you do suffer a medical incident, any drugs, right? Any non-regulated drugs that you purchased, it is potentially very dangerous to use them alone now, because fentanyl depresses your breathing, which means if it happens when there's somebody there who can do CPR and call 911, you're very likely to survive. And if it happens when you're using alone, you are very likely to not survive. You can test for, fentanyl using the fentanyl test strips, which, you have to read the instructions and you have to follow them very carefully. And it's a learning process and an iterative process. And there are issues around other substances which cause positive results, not false positives, not false negatives.
Everyone carry Narcan.
But carry Narcan and make sure you know how to use it and don't use alone, and know how to test your substances and make sure that you're aware that fentanyl is showing up in all sorts of drugs, including examples we have of carfentanil being laid on blotter paper, right? Because it's active in microgram ranges, and there's not a lot of good ways to distribute a drug that is active at under a milligram. So people are putting it on blotter paper to distribute carfentanil that way. And so really any unregulated substance, you have to individually test it. You have to know how to use Narcan. You have to be with somebody while you're using substances. And the risk analysis of I see this person on the dance floor and I'm going to ask them for a bump has massively changed.
Yeah.
The risk analysis is not what it was even 5 years ago. And so just being aware that I understand the desire to socially share and to be friendly in that way, but it can be very, very dangerous now.
Wow. Yeah, that's all right. Last question. We're gonna have to wrap up here. How can listeners support DanceSafe?
I'm talking to all the kids out there. Just say no. That's it.
Honestly, guys,
Just
don't do it. Not
say
even once.
Say no to DanceSafe. Got it.
But not NOKNOW.
Oh my God. Jesus
I love it.
Christ.
Perfect after school special.
I mean, yeah, that's where we started and that's where we ended. Why don't I even have a mic?
Yeah, why do you? It's my turn. I'm gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all love here. It's all love here. Do you want to go to feel better?
I don't need to prove myself around here.
That's what I thought. Okay, I'll go. Fine. Twist my arm. First of all, please join me on our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, where you can see me tweet my stream of consciousness on Twitter, which is a thing I learned that you can do on Twitter recently. I didn't understand how the platform worked, and now I know, and I'm having a lot of fun with it, so please come hang out. And it really does help us to improve our reach when you engage with our things, when you share our things. But this isn't like a like and share my page kind of situation. We do drug quizzes on Instagram stories most days out of the week. And by we, I mean me. So if you have any beef with them, you can take it up with me directly. You have a straight line to my heart, but be nice. In addition to that, we are a nonprofit organization. Donation support is extremely important for helping us maintain and expand our operations. And we also produce really high quality materials, reagents for your consumption pleasure, because there's some
a meme
weird
happening
shit
behind you.
going on. I'm not really sure what's going on behind me right now. Mitchell and Kristen are literally lying behind my butt on the couch, whispering into each other's mouths.
Breakout meeting happening. That's what happens at a retreat.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
When is this going to air?
I don't know, in a week?
Okay, so was that the end of your...
Next Wednesday, let's go with,
Sorry,
yeah.
you got interrupted.
Yeah. Were you done with the pitch? there, Sputnik? Okay.
No, you should finish. I'll hand it back to Sputnik. I'll hand it back to Sputnik. So I did want to say that we are going to be launching a fentanyl adulteration awareness campaign. We've been given a $60,000 straight donation with an additional $40,000 match. So that $40,000 match is for donations of $1,000 and up. The donor explicitly wants to encourage larger donors to step up and start supporting DanceSafe. So we're not crowdfunding $10 at a time up to $40K, which actually would be relatively. We've done that. We've crowdfunded up to 40 or 50. We've done that. That's not a problem. What we need is people who are in the $1,000 tax donor range to step forward and match. We can do a lot of good. We're very good at stretching. I've been through DanceSafe through some very lean times. And so having resources, I'm very good at allocating. And I do think that probably the largest cause of people passing away from fentanyl adulteration is their lack of knowledge around the issue and how to mitigate the issue. And so by teaching people the risks of this thing, particularly around, counterfeit pharmaceuticals and around non-opioid drugs, is a huge problem. People, think, oh, I trust my guy. It's just cocaine. It's like, of course you trust your guy. You're buying cocaine from him. Like, I'm not talking about your guy. I'm talking about your guy's guy. And no matter who your guy is, like 5 up the chain is a dude you would not want to chill with. Yeah. Like, I promise. I absolutely promise. And so, so those donations of $1,000 and up, if you want to hit them up, you can actually email me. It's mitchell@dancesafe.org. My email is very out there. Please talk to me. We can take crypto checks, direct donations. We can send the money any way we want. Awesome. And I really want billboards and ads on Hulu. And I really want to make sure that people understand that people are not, it's hard to tell from the CDC data. They intentionally obfuscate this. Yeah. I actually think that accidental fentanyl adulteration is now actually the leading cause of drug deaths. Wow. I'm pretty sure that the data supports that. They just make it hard to prove. And so I think people not intending to take opiates and dying from opiates is now the leading cause of drug deaths in the United States, which is horrifying. I mean, it's a horrifying situation. And now I will hand it back to Sputnik, who I so very rudely broke out group and stole her.
I think to summarize Mitchell's point, if you do give a donation of $1,000 or more just directly to dancesafe.org, that'll automatically be counted in that match that we're receiving. I got you. And so to make it easy, you could just do that. Also, any amount is great. And I just real fast, I know we'll probably we'll end on something else, but Mr. Arash, I just want to say that this container that you've provided us at this exact moment in time where we're here together for the first time has been extremely cathartic for me, to see how all of our team dynamics are present in person. And I thought it's just been really healing for me. And I want to thank you for creating this container for us in this exact moment. It's just it's magical. And I think this is part of the burner culture that I get to experience, ancillary to have even gone to the actual burn. It's just it's so beautiful and I can't wait to experience it. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying so.
Man, we're going to get this one really dusty.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect segue. Because I was gonna wrap up by saying just on a personal note, it's been a rough year, even for me personally. And I'm sitting here right now, and the whole time I'm sitting here having this amazing conversation with you, amazing people, and going I get to do this. This has been fucking amazing. So thank you. Wow. For this absolutely spectacular experience. I'm so proud and excited to share this with the world. And thank all of you for everything that you're doing and all your work. And it's just absolutely my honor and privilege to be a part of this experience. And it's worth going an hour over. So.
Wait, you're saying a group of burners went over their allotted time for talking about drugs? That's impossible. Come on.
Now that we have effectively all bulldozed you for 2 hours, now it's your turn to talk unbridled for a full 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I'm going to do. For 45 minutes, I'm going to talk right now.
Okay. Man, I'm so excited.
Kristen, you have something?
Yeah, just the last thing that I really wanted to end on was thanking you for your participation in modeling what participation looks like, because when you ask what can people do, the answer is participate. It wouldn't be a meeting of some sort that I participated in if we didn't end on action items. And my one and only action item is for everyone that's tuning in is to participate, like I said, to participate through listening and sharing what you've learned here today with us, to participate by donating in any size. It's all meaningful. To follow us on social media and to share what's going on in social media, because it's not just another like and it's not just another share. The information that you're sharing is something that can literally save someone's life in some cases. Participate and make a change, not just in your backyard, but for your neighbors and other people that you're in community with.
I can dig that. All right. We got to wrap here. Thank you all so much. This has been amazing. I'm going to do like the outro thing real quick, but this is something we've never done before, which is we know we're going to have a set by Beat Kitty. We've already decided that. We just don't know exactly which one it's going to be. So I'm going to say you are now listening to the sounds of Beat Kitty. And the reason that we've chosen Beat Kitty, Kristen, if you could say real quick what we said before we started recording.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why you will be hearing the lovely tunes of Beat Kitty is that we're really looking to align ourselves with artists that are in line with our values. Beat Kitty is someone that I know to uphold the values of consent culture. She is an up-and-coming bass artist, and I look forward to the opportunity to grow our relationship together. I can't wait to see her music continue to grow. I think she's started to lean even more, like, into producing more, and I look forward to our mutual growth together, because the thing I'm interested in is seeing more public figures step into integrity, and that is something that you can expect from Beat Kitty.
Can dig it. Yeah. And we featured Beat Kitty not too long ago on the Lights in the Sky episode, so you're back again. So let's wrap up here. Thank you all so much. You are absolutely amazing. You are now listening to the sounds of Beat Kitty. This is a set that was recorded at Burning Man. Not sure which one yet, but we'll link. You're going to see all of those links over at burnerpodcast.com. And of course, you can find her at SoundCloud. Please leave us a review on iTunes or your podcast platform of choice, and message us if you want to support the show by contributing in any fashion. You're always invited to pitch interviews in your neck of the woods. All of these links are over at burnerpodcast.com, where you'll also find links to Alkaline, Build to Burn, Into the Fire, and Music.bm. Our producers are Louis Gallipo in Bermuda, and not sure if I can announce our new guy yet. I'm just going to leave it mysteriously at that. Our opening theme music, America's Horse with No Name Remix, is produced by Joman. He is over at soundcloud.com/DJ Joman. Until next time, love, light, and all that other crap. Take us back to the playa. Beat Kitty.
you suckers think you're tripping with yes, I'm the boss. 745, white on white, that's Rick Ross. I cut them wide, I cut them long, I cut them fat. I keep them coming back, we keep them coming back. I'm in the distribution, I'm like Atlantic. I got them pretty things flying across the Atlantic. I know Pablo Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors. I ain't petty player, we buy the whole thing. See, most of my homies hustle, they still do they thing. My roof back, my money ride. I'm on the pedal, show you what I'm running like. When they snatch black, I cry for 100 nights. He got 100 bodies, serving 100 lights.
Fuck it till you broke it up. So exotic. While you suck it, watch me fuck it up. So what have it? Body big, watch how me love it up. Bend over and spread and make me sticky teen and butt it up. Twerk it, 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 twerk it. Finish with you. Pull up your pants. Go and go get your friend. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Put them pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Put them pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up your pants. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Put them pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Put them pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Love for that. You don't know, best of the best. Pretty girl, only for body and only for breast. Love for that, you don't know, best of the best. No, best of the best. No. Love for that, you don't know, best of the best. Pretty girl, only for body and only for breast. Love for that, you don't know, best of the best. No, best of the best. No, best of the best.
Fuck with me.
Back with the jump off.
Let me holler at the DJ.
Back with the jump off.
What are you watching right now? 7-inch? 10-inch? 12-inch? How would you like to see bigger than life 16-inch television on brand new 1957 months TV?
Stop! No, I ain't done yet. Let me holler at the DJ. Let me holler at the DJ. My album hit hard when I roll hard, when I roll hard, when I roll hard, when I roll hard, when I roll.
Back with the jump off.
My album hit hard when I roll out hard, when I roll out hard, when I roll out. My album hit hard when I roll hard.
Back with the jump off.
Everybody know, 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 everybody know.
Like
It's Yadush alongside Falcon. Confirm, don't take me easy. Them two soft like Tartalini. And I roll up in a Lamborghini with a fist full of rhyme and it's time for cheesy. Don't act like say you need me. And I just don't all you want to breathe me. Just put them off them now they see me. Escape quick just like Houdini. Best believe me when you greet me. Bow to the queen like Nefertiti. Them too sleazy, now go see me. Pan Insta in my bikini. Wish to meet me, don't be greedy. Tell them roll out, go dream a genie. I sip tea while I'm watching TV. And you been red so you never read me. Me no get what I'm at like that. Tell me what I'm at like that. Still girl never act like that. Make them all if it's not right. But no say that me not like that. Can't take what I'm at like that. Why they really have to act like that? Push me and me stop right. Body feature but I'm riding solo. Find out them girl I teeth my flow though. Try lay low but I caught them. Oh no, singing it back just like my loco. Is that stuff? Them I take the photo cause I see one real life virtuoso. Pure madness when I play the promo. Falcon touch me I drive them loco. Yeah baby, can't lose my mojo. Natural high, don't touch the Frodo. You get kicked round with one Manolo. Up and down just like a yo-yo. One the cho-cho, that's a no-no. Kill that dirt as a dodo. After the show with a glass of Merlot. They wrapped up in my silk kimono. Me no get what I'm at like that. Tell me what I'm at like that. Still girl never act like that. Make them all if it's not right. But no say that me not like that. Can't take what I'm at like that. Why they really have to act like that? Push me and me stop right. Right push me, I'm a stop right. Full of adrenaline, out with the melanin. Cross on the Aquarian, if you are Korean. I am a veteran, ladies and gentlemen. No, they will let me, but I am better than all the Korean. Any old medicine, trust me, it's only the power. I'm handling down on me, I'm a nothing, not tenement.
Let me see you twist that thing while you clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap that ass. Clap that ass. Clap that ass. Twist that, 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 twist that thing while you clap that ass. Let me see you twist that thing while you clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap. Let me see you twist that thing while you clap that ass. Clap that ass. Clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap that ass. Twist that thing while you clap that ass. Clap that ass. Clap that ass. Twist that, 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 twist that thing while you clap that ass.
Sunny. Yesterday my heart was filled with rain. Sunny, you smiled at me and really eased the pain. All the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere. Sunny one so true, I love you. Sunny, sunny, sunny. sunny. Thank you for the sunshine you gave. Oh, sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Oh, you gave to me your all in all. Now I feel about 10 feet tall. Oh, sunny, what's so true? I love you.
So many haters, knowing I'm they father like my name is Dark Vader. I can get you hemmed up while I'm being tailored. Then I slide off to the side like a fader. Homie, I'm the president, governor, and mayor. I control everything like a dictator. Get you biz marked up, turn you into vapors. If you got a problem, get you swallowed like a chaser. Model on my arm, no homie, I don't have to pay her. All I have to do is tell her where I want to take her. Catch us out in Italy, then we in Jamaica. Caught up in the rapture, like Anita Baker. When I roll up on you niggas like a skater. Move if you wanna when you see that red laser. No matter how you move at that infrared or chaser. Then I keep it moving, homie, see you later. Mavs!
Move if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, move if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, move if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, move if you wanna, move if you wanna move.
Move if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, move if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, if you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna move, move if you wanna, if you wanna.
I'm trying to keep it cool if you wanna corner. You can move if you wanna, tryna have a little fun. Maybe move a couple numbers, but when you move in numbers, all the haters start to wonder. Then they talk behind your back, and they breath they speaking under. Man, I'm hot like the sun, like the middle of the summer, straight down in a flash, nigga. You can call me Thunder, chicks call me Phil Drummond, cause I give them different strokes. Bah, 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 beat it up like a drummer. They can call it one hit wonder, but I guess that means I'm one up. Light a match, play with fire, that just means you gon' get burned up in the river where you turn up, cause they see I'm on the come up. But it's our turn now, if you want it, take it from us. I don't need no goons by me, if you want it, come and try me. We can do this broad day in the middle of the lobby. Niggas say that they the shit when they barely just a potty. When they problems turn to probably, and they probably turn to sorry. Tell them.
Fuck your ambiance. They call me lock. Chances that you fucking with me, probably not. Ninja shit. Karate chop. Like weak pallbearers, bodies dry. I'm obviously on some other shit. Your swat is not. And all these suckers on my stick, I call them lollipops. Bark, feed them to the sharks. Top of the list, I get the haters like they aardvarks. Fuck with me, I got the plug like a car spark. Episode 3 flow to you jars. Bananas though, an animal. Crazy shit to make your bitch take a sabbatical. The young Harlequin, got it like Rastafarians. I got it purple haze like Jimmy's on the guitar again. Hallucinating, I'm seeing stars again. But this ain't Coachella and those ain't holograms.
All this purple haze got me up for days, and I can't even understand a single word you say.
Urban life, urban ways. Turn his bass to a spectacle like Cirque du Soleil. Why you lying? You ain't thought of that. Riding someone else's dick. Always fucking lying back. Just a motherfucking copycat. Somebody tell these bitches the professor's here. You know they chatterbox forever, rocket extra weird. They saying this Illuminati shit, puppeteer. Elevated, you ain't even on the second tier. The kid cannabis, smoking like shit's glamorous. Getting some shit, probably as quick as I slip out of it. Sick caliber, hustle like Lip Gallagher. Muzzle your chick before I get ruffled and flip out on her. Customarily bit, you ain't touching the kids' altitude. Traveling 239,000 miles, dude. Lunar status, to the moon and back. These bitches sleeping on me, but I'm used to that. Can't tell me nothing, y'all bitch can't tell me nothing. Holly with the Shelly, getting fucked like jelly stuffing. I can tell you come down cause you softer than a belly button. That's why I can cook it up and all you do is smell the oven.
Now blow them away. 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 Yo, my fingers on the red button. I tell them to say nothing. They wanna try to live with their life. I put the silence up to gunshot. Put it in them out and they wanna see bluffing. No cold steel, I'm not running. Close eye aim, I'm not fussing. Satellite phone, back to a Russian. My man's cussing, talking of something. Done rushing. Kick sweat like I'm buzzing. And I wanna offload and bust them, but I need password and code crushing. Between the eyes, I'ma plug them. Or set them free and go hunting. Man deals with my job, I'ma kill all the sons with my silence. I'ma start busting, blow them away. Now 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 blow them away. Yeah. Now blow them away. Now blow them away. Now blow them away. Yo, I'm cocking back on that hammer. Reloading and back. Computer chip in my pocket. Escape route in my swagger. Dropping landmines in my stacker. Definition the best in my grammar. Full view. I go pan. I'm taking out talking straight for the back up. One by one, I'ma silence the manner. I scanner. Attention, a link to the banner. Man, nothing that it don't matter. Assassin code, I'm not badder. Man, play snake, I draw ladder. My silence will silence the chatter. I'ma exit the building and blow up the spot, then disappear. No cliffhanger, blow them away. Now 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 blow them.
baseline like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline like me like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like me baseline like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. DJ play tune, the girl get mad up. 18-inch pulsating and rattle, slow motion, new slogan, she turn up. Red light speaking, things burn up. Alright, mind losing, keep the grooving. Could have been so fast to get to bruising. It's right there, making sure you're choosing. Right, yeah, things someone calling using. It's not my fault, we be abusing. Sneakers back from the front ceiling. All the baby body got who want to breathe in. Like, why don't do it? Me like me baseline, like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like me baseline, like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. DJ run that again, bass weighty. Climate changing, pace getting hazy, no phasing. We raving so wavy. Mental police can't change we. Alright, this girl got perfect timing, but about like that need analyzing. Trinidad or I'm galling for private to the end so long she want to ride it. To the beach, she needs to vibe it. Big noise in room, there's no command it. Hips and hips, they for riding. This year with me like me baseline, like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like me baseline, like me like the girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So I give it that 40 hertz, but to me again.
just small. One, two.
Daddy, we love to party. We don't cause trouble and we don't bother nobody. We just a man and we out the man. And when we rock the microphone and we rock the mic right. Don't want no gun on no murder. Youth and youth man must stick together. Step up in life, give thanks to the Father. Man, boy, business you can work on. Don't want no gun on no murder. Youth and youth man must stick together. Step up in life, give thanks to the Father. Man, boy, business you can work on. Yeah, hear me? Wheel up. Wheel up. Lottie-dottie, we love to party. We don't cause trouble and we don't bother nobody. We just a man and we out the man. And when we rock the microphone and we rock the mic right. Don't want no gun on no murder. Youth and youth man must stick together. Step up in life, give thanks to the Father. Man, boy, business you can work on. Don't want no gun on no murder. Youth and youth man must stick together. Step up in life, give thanks to the Father. Man, boy, business you can work on.
Agent Lexi, dangerous. What you feel like? Yo, Agent Lexi, dangerous. What you feel like?
My girl, them badder than you. My boy, them badder than you. My crew is badder than yours. Everybody badder than you. Badder than you. Badder than you. Badder than you. Everybody badder than you.
Tell them to settle down, just have a little fun. Bad girl think on the mic when me come to the boy, them say fi fucking run. Me have a dirty mouth, but me a still Angie's daughter. And when I cast myself in a massacre, the boy them out to order. Under me slang ting, light it up or take a swig. When me drink, stranger man, anything else get dashed with fling. Matter of fact, Voltas are my favorite thing. Brown swag bastard bring them in, it's Voltas are my favorite thing. Brown swag bastard bring them in.
My girl. My girl. My girl. My girl. My girl, them badder than you. My boy, them badder than you. My crew is badder than yours. Everybody badder than you. Badder than you. Badder than you. Badder than you. Everybody better than you. Oh, oh, oh.
Bounce.
that's Puff. Jelani, do that thing. Yeah, that's Puff. Jelani, do that thing.
Party boom boom, hit me with the ching ching. Fuck the king king, dale eye twinkling. Just like it's a junkie, this I get the funky. Party boom boom, hit me with the ching ching. Fuck the king king, dale eye twinkling. Just like it's a junkie, this I get the funky.
When I'm on the mic, it's like murder, murder, murder.
Kill, kill, kill.
Pas se set up a guy. They gon' make me like a smack in the face. That was a fucking warning in the past in the planes. What happened to all the cool rappers from back in the day? Nowadays all these rappers sound exactly the same. It's like one big in-bed fuck fest. Now I do not wanna stop, collaborate or listen.
Party boom boom, hit me with the ching ching. Fuck the king king, dale eye twinkling. Just like it's a junkie, this I get the funky. Party boom boom, party boom boom. Party boom boom, party boom boom. Party boom boom, party boom 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 boom. Party boom boom, hit me with the ching ching. Fuck the king king, dale eye twinkling. Just like it's a junkie, this I get the funky. Party boom boom, hit me with the ching ching. Fuck the king king, dale eye twinkling. Just like it's a junkie, this I get the funky. Hi, my name is Yolanda. Hi, kick you in the teeth, you in the head. Hi, there's a rumble in the jungle, bubbling to the beat. Lucky people travel,
Suddenly you interested with the problem of overseas. Yes, yes, yes.
Para ilusión. Deslumbra con su cuerpo exótico. Allí vive nuestro amor. Y fresca.
Bazooka. Rio, Rio, Rio. Bazooka. Rio, Rio, Rio. Bazooka. Bazooka.
Abracadabra.
Pretty pennies, I ain't asked for much.
about me? What you know about me? What you know? What you know? Said my lip gloss is cool, my lip gloss be popping. I'm standing at my locker and all the boys keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? What you know? Said my lip gloss is popping, my lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking, they chase me at the school. Keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? What you know? My lip gloss is popping, my lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking, they chase me at the school. Right down, where you get yours from? 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 Right down, my lip gloss is cool, my lip gloss be popping. I'm standing in my locker and all the boys keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? They said my lip gloss is popping, my lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking, they chase me at the school. Right down, right down, right down, where you get yours from? Right down, right down, where you get yours from?
time me drop the girl them turn a drunk. Drop the girl them tell them turn a drunk.
Every time me drop the girl them turn a drunk.
Girl them turn a drunk.
And
she have to make it now, and she have to make it now. Girl them turn a drunk. Girl them tell them drunk. Drop the girl them tell them drunk.
Every time me drop the girl them turn a drunk crowd. Girl them turn a drunk crowd.
And she have to make it now, and she have to make it now.
Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out.
Make it now, make it now.
Rock it up, then she bring it around. Rock it up, then she bring it around. Rock it up, then she bring it around. Rock it up, rock it up, rock it up, top, top, rock it up.
Rock it up, rock it up, top, top.
Rock it up,
rock it up, rock it up, top, top.
Rock it,
tell them, rock it up, top, top.
Rock it up,
John Crowd, rock it up,
rock it up, rock it up,
rock it up, rock it up, top, top.
Rock it up,
rock it up, rock it up.
Tell them, turn a drunk. Make it now.
Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out.
Urban, Duffy, make it now, make it now.
Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out. Rock it up, then she bring it out.
Hot thing, she a run game in the town. Tell me drop the girl them turn a drunk, tell them turn a drunk.
Drop the girl them, tell them turn a drunk.
Tell me drop the girl them turn a drunk, the girl them turn a drunk.
Turn a drunk.
Urban, turn a drunk, tell them turn a drunk. And she have to make it now.
Hey,
Sound white killer, I gon' murder you. Sound white killer, 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 I gon' murder you.
Hey!
Tequila. Tequila. trucks, crossroads and scar marks. I know these books are hard box. Books are hard box. Take breath and slum stocks, nobody wants that. Hard face and hard fuck, take it when cards stop. I love your charts, I cope you in your spars back. Must go like Spartak, lost souls in our trunks. Crossroads and scar marks, I know these books are hard blocks.
I be in the studio, working on a late shift. Late shift. Drinking, getting wasted. Wasted, wasted. I be in the studio, working on a late shift. Late shift. shut your trap. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap, boy. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap, boy. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap. Yo, use the dala, pico, hope, hustler. 147, 241. No stop to me, dala. Use the cellular intrusion, diabolic man infusion. Make go flexy like plexi, mash up like Texi Mexi. Yo, transcend on the bend, backbone to the throne. Canadian right eye, reflect the left eye. In the shanty state of mind, rolling one man deep in eye. So shut your trap, boy, shut your trap, boy. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap. 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 Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap, boy. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap. Shut your trap, boy, shut your trap, boy.
Okay, they call me Missy Miss, bad bitch. No, I'm not like the average. Don't you ever try to come for me, she get smashed just like ham sandwiches. Scandalous, vandalous, M.I.A. can't handle this. We on fire like a candlestick and get the crowd pumped up like asses. Money in my pocket, and I'm bouncing like a hydraulic. And the beat be so retarded, bass be kicking like karate. Whoa, got that flow, make them freaks wanna get down low, make them touch their toes. I got them flows, you ain't heard before. Now, grab it, dude, grab it too. DJs, play the hit, classical, epicness, me and my 82 legit.
Get down, pull me closer if you think you can hang. Hands up, get down, pull me closer if you think you can hang. Cookies, bitches is 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 cookies. These bitches is rookies. I'm so hard they wanna cook me, cookies. I get what I want. I'm a bad girl, I'm a bad girl, I'm a bad girl. I get what I want. No extra good chill, but you about to get pumped. You a bitch nigga, don't be saying nothing to me, cause we so rad and they so bad. Bring girls in the bed, tell them bitch get glad. Bad girls ride it, good girls parky on my bad girls living. Why you whack bitches talking? Get down, pull me closer if you think you can hang. Hands up, get down, pull me closer if you think you can hang. Face it, let's face it. If you paper, then I chase it. Your magazine, I grace it. If you get a drink, I taste it. The boss, face it. You're a car, face it. If you're gonna get it, then I'ma be busted. I got it with my bullet. To pull it, push my button, damn it, push my button now. I got it with my bullet. To pull it, push my button, damn it, push my button now. Me and nigga trace it, story and face it. The future world story and here we go, crazy. It's love and intelligence, please don't get confused. I'm a bad bitch and I'm a big busted.
it's the nigga, it's the nigga, it's the beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep. Nigga, it's the nigga, it's the beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep, picking them up, let them picking them up, let them beep 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 beep.
Non volevo tornare ma m'hanno costretto. Non ho costretto, sento troppi somari che ragliano. Me li chiappetto. Io non rappo perché la mia vita fa schifo. Mi burlo di te. Io non rappo perché se non muoio. E pensa te le lascio a te. Padre piglio, oh sai, flow più malato di un trans con lights. Più di una scora se magner mais. Gigi Dag, very nice. Un tiro de dadi, un roll of dice. Tu nonna chittata come Baby Spice. Parliamo tuca me lo suca pa' me dalla nuca. Giù cascasella con sta cappella. Vedi che la scena che ne sa, ne vuole. Spacco più de tacos coi frijoles. Dici che m'ammazzi te fredda parole. Se come Torino c'è solo la mole. Più incazzato più verde de Hulk. Quando sei spalma de guacamole. E più nero de quello che con una manata te piella coppietta gelato coglione. Fai canzoni come Marrakesh. Prima le fai, poi te rincresce. Sparami in testa che tanto ricresce. Sei come Antix, sei basso. Come la furia, sei grasso. È un po' troppo che fa lo smargiasso. Sei bravo, sei forte come Clementino. Ma dopo un pochino hai già rotto il cazzo. Tira sulle mani se ti piace il rap. E batti a tempo se c'è sto io. E no che non è un villaggio, vacanze, il tempo d'alzarsi e gridare oddio, sono padre e figlio, lo capisci dal flow. E se spacco tu scaccia il rispetto, datelo in faccia, inizia lo show. Tira sulle mani se ti piace il rap. Dopo metti la prep, ascolta la trap. E se in bocca maceta bass, 2 minuti ti ritiri come Pep Guardiola, sei una sola. Qua la gente te odia. E babba maluma bala bam boom. Sali su un 747 vattene a fanculo. Boom, c'ho il flow edificante. Pare che data c'ha messo lo scivolante. Rima croccante come Baby Ruth. Più matto d'erezza in Bahamut. Quante parrucche che incendio, votata a vilipendio. Senza stipendio, niente compendio. Per una rima mia 2000 fanno scempio. Er belle che manco me stempio. E parlo di quello che è scomodo. Che se parlo di cose banali vomito. Sigaretta post coito. Per moito e me faccio un roito. Ingoito, stai fatto d'eroic noi. E te via una paralisi. Appena tu madre scende le scale va in cucina. Per frigo io me la culo. Va se magno finocchio se mette il vagisil. Tira sulle mani se ti piace il rap. E batti la tempo se c'è sto io. E no che non è un villaggio, vacanze, il tempo d'alzarsi e gridare oddio, sono padre e figlio, non capisci dal flow. E se spacco tu scaccia il rispetto, datelo in faccia, inizia lo show.
Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it, bounce that ass. Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. Make it wobble, make it wobble, make it wobble, make it wobble. Bring that ass back, bring that ass back, bring that ass back. Make that booty clap, shake it like a salt shaker. Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. Shake it like a salt shaker. Bounce it, bounce it. She got some man. Make it wobble, make it wobble, make it wobble, make it wobble. Bring that ass back, bring that ass back, bring that ass back. Make that booty clap, 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 clap. Got some ass, and she got some ass, and she got some ass, and she got some ass. Bring that ass back, bring that ass back. Bring that ass back, 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 make that booty clap.
Put it on ice, bitch, Dr. Pepper. Feeling so clean, it don't get no fresher. Chillin' in the freezer handle this volume. Can't handle this. Can't handle this song, but you gon' bounce to the shit. Bounce to the shit. Bounce to the shit. Put your best face on. Let me see you bounce to the shit. Phone calling, I'm pressing red. Only red cup that's in my hand. I ain't got the time, so why you asking? I got a fight to catch, I'm always traveling. They packing. Put it on ice, bitch, Dr. Pepper. Feeling so clean, it don't get no pressure. Chilling in the freezer when I'm under pressure. I put it on ice, bitch, Dr. Pepper.
Me, I come up like a soft breeze. When me stick up on ya, come up like a soft breeze. Stop, 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 stop. On ya with my car keys, on ya with my car keys. Come take, come take, come take, come take, come take, take. Should I clear one week? The last thing before me cut your bloodstream. Other warning, you don't want it. Me, I left you there like a style garment. Feel the pain, feel the pressure, feel the pain, feel the pressure. Tell me so, let's lay a spell on them like a cold sweat. Control the oxygen, control the internet. A new concept, well kept. Well kept.
I mash it up. This flow is mine, lock it up. Will you put money me on me? Pack it up. Me and me rocket launcher, but me lock it up. Don't make me have to dig my rocket up. Come me up when me a pop it up. Real money me a come bad boy, see. Champion. Don't make me have to pop off scene. Bumbo clads. What up call me? Pull up your hands, say top. Everybody ball out, top. Pull up your hands, say top. What up call me?
Be a shot, no shot, Teddy broke shot. Well on, rhythm just bust, so they must put me on. Top of the list, get the gist, so it go ball. Murder the beat, you know, see non-stop. 999, them a call Babylon. Hide up in rhythm when everybody done. Left beer victim, enough of them a run. Draw for the cycle, draw for the sun. We own the title, straight fire bun. Enough of them can't carry where I'm from. Is it Jamaica or England? Rolling with the dogs, them and Lengman. Draw for the Mac and the too long. Max and Barres is where I'm from. 45 spinners is where I'm from. All medicine is where I'm from. Killers and winners is where I'm from.
Real money me a come bad boy scene. Champion. Don't make me have the pop off scene. What I call me? What I'm doing, I say everybody want out. What I call me?
Hold on to the broke shot, me at the retap a top. Holy a killer, me never stop. Any boy diss me a gunshot a pop. After that boy I go know 1 o'clock. When uno mama fi run out a frock, and uno papa fi run out a shop, uno brother fi run out a flat. Don't make me tell them about 9 o'clock when you and your friend them can't find no clock. You have a brand new machine and it just remap. Big up the shot of them we know about that. There ain't nobody that can hold me back. I'm the wickedest you roll, not ear punch shot. Don't know so I'm the hot topic. Only a killer to stop it. Anytime I put out my killing time CD, boy better go online and copy.
Real money me a come bad boy scene. Bumbo clans. Don't make me have the pop off scene. Champion. What I call me? Pull up your hands, top. Everybody want out, top. Pull up your hands, top. What I call me? Everybody want out, top.
smoothest shit I ever smoked.
Que me gusta lo mejor, a mujeres no me falta ni el dinero ni el amor. Jineteando en mi caballo, por la sierra yo me voy. Las estrellas y la luna ellas me dicen dónde voy. Ay, 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 mi amor. Ay, mi morena de mi corazón.
Make them boy down, stick
bouncing, go ahead, make that money, throw it in. Booty bouncing, make that money, throw it in. Booty bouncing, go ahead, make that money, throw it in.
Booty bouncing.
burnerpodcast.com.